The
Shandy says
rating.
SK has a chunky fucking. You know what? I'm not gonna finish that sentence.
Thank you,
You're
because that was the first thing
you're
everyone would have
black.
heard.
You're black. So your
Uh,
argument's invalid.
I forgot to schedule the tweet for the stream. I'm never prepared.
Holy shit, you're bad at this.
Dumbass.
I am terrible at this. Alright. Well, anyway, hello people who are here and not watching Madvocate's video.
New green teal, page 30.
For fuck's sake. Yeah, Madvocate is fucking premiering his video now because, you know, fucking stupid boy.
He's a faggot.
Yeah, so if you're here not watching his video, I very much appreciate it. But if you're watching his video, go watch it because it's actually a great video. So you know, but do it after. But yeah, today we're gonna be talking about some situation I guess we have with fucking Nightbreed, where that he made a New Year's video where he addresses some stuff that we I guess we're involved in. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what he says, because from what I've heard, he says a few false things. So you know, rock and roll McDonald's. Thank
He
you.
misconstrues the truth a few times to make his argument and his position look better. So you know, it's not like he couldn't have made a valid argument against what we were doing and what we said, but he sucks at so much of life that he couldn't even do that correctly. So that was great.
I haven't seen the video. All I know is in DMs he was approachable and conceded on a thing. I can't remember what it was, but he did concede on something, and
Right.
that was about it.
I just realized after our fucking anti-toxic arc we went through yesterday, my first thing on the chat today was just to be as toxic as possible, so I apologize for that.
That's the
Unfortunately,
first thing you do every day.
I know, but I'm not a big fan of this Nightbreed video. It got me vibratingly angry when I heard this for the first time.
Right, vibratingly angry.
Yeah,
Shandy
you know when
became
you get
Flash,
so
started
angry-
phasing through shit.
Yeah, I started falling through my furniture, started opening up the door with my mind, you know, things like that.
Yeah, that kind of shit just happens sometimes when you're angry. I can relate.
And
Hello,
it's worth
Myra.
saying-
Hello, Bootneck. Hey,
worth
hello,
saying,
Tixie.
when we cover this video, please don't bombard Nightbreed.
Oh yeah, definitely. Don't go after Nightbreed or anything like that. We do not want to cause any drama, as you may have been able to tell from the statements we've made on Twitter yesterday. It isn't just relating to EFAP, but any personality. We don't want to cause people to, you know, cause all this fucking backlash. We just want to address the arguments that we don't think are that great. Is everyone in the watch together? Because there are only 5 here. Shandy, I'm gonna send it to you.
You know I am.
I'm in here, yeah.
Wow. Oh.
Yeah, I'm in it.
Oh, everyone is here now. I assume it's SK then.
Assume it's you.
Yes, the person who created the Watch Together. That is a good assumption, SK.
That's a nice argument, but I have your home address.
Oh fuck. I guess I lost that debate then. That's a shame.
Yeah?
Do we want to give background context on who Nightbreed is?
We can. I was thinking of doing that during
because
the video, but we can do that before.
he haven't really talked about him on like stream or anything, so we should probably give the necessary stuff.
Who wants to do it?
I'll
Jeff?
do it.
I know fuck all.
I'll do it.
See, Tin was telling us to do it simply because she wants to be in the loop. I get it.
So Nightbreed is a YouTuber who does what we do, basically critique media and such, and some political takes, although that's more rare. He used to be associated with us, mainly sat through Southpaw, and he was in a group with us where we would discuss takes, especially the controversial ones like Civil War and that. And over time, he became dissatisfied with the situation, which we'll probably delve into during this video, and he chose to distance himself. Since then, it's been an uneasy ground where both sides are engaging in each other and not really the best course of action is being taken. So, whatever happens in the future, I don't know, but this seems to be Nightbreed going, I want to take this direction now. But as you'll see in the video, his arguments are contradicting what direction he wants to go. I think that about
Indeed, that
sums
is
that
what
up.
I've heard, yeah. Wait, what the fuck? Why is that? Okay, there's some weird shit happening. But yeah, just want to mention as well, because Strike posted the link on chat, and that is a good thing that I needed to bring up, and that he reminded me of. Thought Theater made a short film, a Wes Anderson inspired short film called Memoirs, and it is fantastic. And I just posted the link in chat. So if you guys want to watch that, it is really, really good. So yeah.
I shall watch that after the stream, and then I shall watch Madvocat's video after that.
Yeah. Yeah, Madvocat's
Same here.
video is also really good. I had the benefit of watching it first because, you know, I'm just that cool. But
Yeah, we get it. You're two best buddies. We get it.
but yeah, no, both videos are fantastic. So yeah, do you have all the context behind Nightbreed then out of the way? That's all the thing.
Yeah, it's
Did we get through everything? Did we get through the reason why he left?
I said that we'll delve more into this video, but he was kind of
Okay.
disagreeing with how we would go about things.
Yeah, okay.
Alrighty, so let us. Wait, I just realized that. That's retarded. Hold on. I hate when Watch Together changes its fucking UI. It always fucks up on OBS. Hold on.
Mark's fault. No one else
Oh,
says.
no.
I mean, probably it is my fault, but just give me a fucking second.
Everything's
You
your
did this.
fault.
You betrayed us. You bastard.
Why are you breathing?
To live.
Rid the universe of your filth. Why don't you just die?
Yeah, literally everything is your fault.
Literally.
Every
guess
natural
what-
disaster, the price on gas, the Dark Knight being bad, it's your fault.
That's the Dark Knight should be bad. I mean, to be honest, the original watch party that realized that Dark Knight wasn't great had me in it, so that isn't far off from the truth.
It all makes sense now.
Of course, I'm the Joel of real life. Everything that bad that has ever happened is because of me. Marcus can't hold his computer. No, it's a few streams ago, yeah, but whatever. So we ready to start the video?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, boy.
Happy New Year, everybody. Been trying to
Wow, this is really quiet.
find a way.
It is actually. Let me use. I have an extension for making shit louder.
way to
was gonna
address
say,
There we go.
some
what
of
kind of fun?
the things.
Just go for an to get the extension. Then if you need it, let me get what the name is.
Okay.
I can send you the link. Even wait. Actually,
I mean, I'm on my iPad, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to use the extension. So, yippee-ki-yay.
Oh, it's called Sound Booster that works. Jeb,
Sound booster, what?
that works.
That works. Extension.
Yes, Sound Booster. Is it this the one? Not. It is not. Sound Booster. That works here. I will send you the link here. If you
Sounds
guys all need it.
I can tell already that Carlton Gant, didn't clean his room before making this.
Doesn't look filthy. Is there anything that stands out?
It's not clean.
I mean,
Where?
I just
Look at
think the
the-
camera quality is just not that great.
Yeah, I
Look
think
at
it's
the
the
couch
camera
area.
quality more than anything.
Yeah.
And mic quality. Because I just cannot.
Yeah, yeah, he should have boosted his audio, clearly.
Using Audacity.
Exactly.
Extensions.
Shandy has learned of the beautifulness that is Audacity recently.
Yes.
You can
That and
do
just
that.
having a decent quality mic.
yeah. Have you installed the extension, Jeb?
I have. I think it's working. Should be working.
Yeah, you just click on it, and each time it like increases the volume. So let us see then.
Happy New Year, everybody. Been trying to find a way to address some of the things that have happened over the last couple of months. And I figured that the best way to do that would just simply be to just talk. I have nothing written down. I have no script. I just decided to turn the camera on and just speak my mind on this issue. Issues. There's a couple. So I kind of found myself in a bit of a controversy recently, as you may have noticed, and some of you may be confused if you spend time on Twitter or Discord as to what exactly is going on with me and you know what's happening in general.
So should we maybe just discuss what the controversy is, because he's not going to say it. I can guarantee you right now he won't mention it.
I guess so then.
Oh yeah, because he said he was going to be vague on it.
Yeah, he's going to be vague on it. He's not going to mention names. He's not going to discuss it in great detail. That's his entire shtick with this video.
I guess we'll start with his initial, department from us in general. So basically, the idea is he thinks that we're apparently too engaged in drama or whatever, and he chose on the day where Southpaw and Mahler had a conversation to hash things out, and they resolved it pretty well, from what I was told. That was after that happened, he decided to go leave the chat and then blurt out, "Yeah, there's too much drama being had here." Something about I can't remember the exact wording. Basically, that was his complaint, even though it was already resolved, and he kind of just ignored us telling him, but it was already resolved. So even if he didn't know at the time, we made sure he did know, and he still ran with this.
Yeah. So in an attempt to avoid drama and to avoid negative blowback, Jeb, SK, Marcus, and whoever decided to hop in a call with him, and whoever else was involved. I'm not really sure, because funnily enough, I'm more or less a neutral party in this. I wasn't really involved in the drama when this was happening. So for someone like me to say that this video made me angry, you could probably guess how badly he misconstrues information in this video and how he paints us as a group. And I'm not very happy with the way he goes about that in this video, because he gets quite a few things wrong, either on purpose or perhaps he's just misremembering details. But either way, he should probably have thought about that before he posted the video, and he seems to be very confident with what he says in here. So
well, that's part of what I wanted to say, because he said that he just wanted to sit in front of his camera and talk as opposed to script something, and I'm sorry, but I think scripting would have been definitely better. If it were me,
or notes at least.
Or notes, yeah. I don't know, because there are definitely times where I've just unscripted recordings where just like, wow, I said a lot of wrong stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah, kind of like, I think if you're doing a video, especially regardless how vague, and I do respect he was vague to ensure no one got hit back. I think that's his intention. But the problem is, if you get details wrong because you're doing it unscripted, you're not achieving your aim. So with drama stuff, you need to be very careful on your wording and how you come across. Otherwise, well, we're kind of in this situation where
yeah.
Otherwise, we get to the situation where we feel the need to respond to what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even at the call, the huge one, I remember what I find a recurring issue, and I don't know if it happens in this video, but if it does, Nightbreed seems to have difficulty in separating events to certain people. So like take ECUM and Thumbcast, he'll branch everything that happened to both of them. When, for example, in the call, all his issues were with Thumbcast, nothing to do with ECUM, yet we had to be in there.
Yeah, the only issues we have that were had with ECUM, I think, was something that Shiny had to deal with 10 that was resolved in like 30 seconds. And Paragon, that was to do with my poor moderation of the private ECUM server. And so like it had nothing to do with Nightbreed at all. But like they were constantly blaming us for this kind of shit.
Oh, and Paragon with me, but he took back immediately once he understood what I was doing.
Oh yeah, right. So shall we continue?
Yeah, I
do
think
much to
we've
explain,
more or
but,
less got it done.
I truly just want to be. I want all of this to be behind me, and if I can help it, I would just like to never be involved in any kind of pathetic Twitter drama again, or just internet drama in general. You know, I know it might be an unrealistic goal, but I feel like there's so many. I'll explain this more in a minute, but I just feel like there's so much more to do and so much more to life than arguing with someone on the internet, you know?
So I should probably say, my problem with this stance is like, okay, I want to avoid internet drama, I understand that. The problem is you don't then do a video about the internet drama, you just, and he did
avoid
concede.
it.
Yeah, he did concede to this on DMs. I said, you needed to like just go, this is my stance, this is my direction because of events that have happened in last year and personal dramas I went through. That way you're not even specifying the type of drama that no one can figure out. It could be drama in general, as a general principle. The problem is when you specify the drama, you're kind of provoking something.
Yeah, kind of like this response because, you know, of the way you misconstrued evidence and basically the way you painted ECUM, Thumbcast, and the people in the private group chat that you were part of as a lot more negative than you probably needed to. You could have gotten your point across without lying, essentially.
And he also didn't need to, blurt everything out publicly and to other people about the whole situation in the first place when his grievances with us were already resolved, like I said earlier, because of that call Southpaw had with Mahler.
In his defense, he does apologize for that later on in this video, and he does admit to basically being a hypocrite. So I can't take that away from him. But what I can still say is that the initial act is not unwashed by your acknowledgement of what you've done, especially when you actually go ahead and make the video itself.
Yeah, and I think my main issue as well, and a lot of people don't do, and I think to an extent I'm included. In terms of internet drama, if you don't want it, you can generally just block and walk away. Like there isn't really a necessity for this video at all, aside from probably communicate with audience on future videos. But then you don't need to include drama at all. You just block, walk away.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
I don't
much.
I don't have like my DMs. Like my DMs are open on Discord if you want to talk to me, for example. I don't have him blocked. I'm pretty sure the same, right, Jeb? That you even talk to him sometimes in DMs. So yeah.
Yeah, I know Borgie wants to do a discussion with at least myself, Marcus, at 10, and try get them involved. And they said they were happy for this to be covered. So
yeah,
we did get permission to cover this. This isn't like out of nowhere.
Yeah, we talked to them and they're like okay with us doing this. And yeah, we'll talk to them anyway afterwards.
No, about something as stupid as a movie. I know some people might find what I just said disingenuous. I genuinely believe what I'm saying. I do think that arguing about movies on the internet is, at least for me, is not something I think is particularly healthy.
Okay.
That is an interesting
What does it have to do with anything?
Well, sure. I guess he said he'll elaborate later. I'm not sure if he will. But the point is, I find that a weird mindset because I think the entire like our entire community or entire side of the community, we want to be able to just discuss films, and I think it's very valuable to argue about films. I think the bigger issue comes when on like debate etiquette or just how far some people go because of how emotionally attached they are to something. If that's what Nightbreed means, if that's like just because like he finds himself to get too attached to something and then he can't like argue properly and then he finds that unhealthy, then that's fine, I guess. Like there are certain certain media that I wouldn't discuss with people simply because I don't think it would be healthy for me because of how emotionally attached I am to certain aspects of it, like the Suicide Squad. I would not go into a debate with SK about that film. I think that
You think the Suicide Squad is good?
Oh,
yes.
But yeah, like
like my point being like, yeah, if that is what he means here is that he gets too emotionally attached and that is unhealthy, then I think that's fine. I just find it weird to think that like just say that in general it is unhealthy, but like he said, it's for him personally, so I guess that's fine.
I think
You say
I
that
find-
now.
I find the point weird because when you phrase it as arguing about movies, it's kind of like I think whether people like it or not, everyone does this. Whether it be a movie, show, or something, everyone will argue about some point about this. So it's like it's like when someone goes, I don't know, it's stuff random, but someone goes, "Look how special I am. I like Marvel." It's kind of like, no, this is a very normal thing to do, and I think it's a healthy thing to do to have discussions anyway to learn more.
Right.
So
yeah,
I think hearing out the other side, even when you don't agree with their standards, I think it can become more valuable. I guess you be more open minded.
and it can still be fun.
yeah,
Yeah, but that's being fun. I think it just depends on each person, I guess.
Mhm.
So
yeah. I just think
wouldn't
saying it's
hold that against them.
So
Think it's
I would
fun.
kind of like to address a bit of an elephant in the room here. A big reason for why Nightbreed is no longer holding this stance is because, and he'll elaborate on this slightly later on, is because he found that people in that group chat specifically weren't talking about things that he liked, and he wanted more of that. And that's the reason why he felt upset, because he felt like the reason why it was unhealthy for him or unhealthy for us as a group is because we were constantly talking about things that we disliked, which I find very intriguing because Marcus is kind of like the
E-Legion.
what's the mascot for potentially over liking something in that group chat, because he is the Legion guy, he is the
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
TASM 2 guy,
Yeah.
the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. guy, even Southpaw to a degree. He had his fucking his Terriers thing, he had his Mitchells versus the Machines thing, and this was all before Nightbreed left. Nightbreed knew that we all had like a series of things that we liked and that we could discuss at length.
Well,
ad
Guardians
nauseam
2 even,
sometimes.
there were points where he was trying to criticize the film and I was defending it. And it's like, it's the film that got me into filmmaking, so it's definitely a film that I hold in very, very high regard. And
So
I
you
praise
mean
it all the
the
time.
Nightbreed debate where he conceded on every single point and then made
Exactly.
the exact same argument like an hour later?
Indeed, that one.
It was pretty crazy how poorly he did.
Yeah.
I can't believe Marcus has been branded the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. guy.
I mean,
I'm like,
yeah, sure.
It's a
Right.
self-brand, to be honest.
Yeah, you can be the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. guy, Jab. I can have TASM 2 and
I don't know. I was going to give
Legion.
it to the Doctor Who guy.
It's just
Yeah,
hilarious.
yeah.
Every time we talk about how something is stupid in Winter Soldier or Civil War, Marcus and Jeb are like, well, in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. they do.
Well, yeah, because Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is great. It accounts for so many of the issues. Hey, let's turn the
Yeah.
streaming to an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. praise.
Well, I
Watch
actually
Agents of
started
S.H.I.E.L.D.
watching.
Spread the word.
Exactly.
I actually started watching Agents of Shield like 2 or 3 days ago. I'm on episode 5 now, and I'm really liking it.
Hell
It's
yeah.
pretty great.
Yeah. And season one's probably, I'd say
The worst?
second worst. Second worst, I'd say.
Yeah,
I think,
season 6 is the worst.
but to
Well,
defend,
if this is a what you call it, what's the word? If this is a
the low bar, like, I don't know, the
yeah,
lowest it could get.
if this is the low bar, the second lowest bar of the show that it gets, I am already remarkably impressed, because I think season 1 at this point is like a 7 or an 8. There's like some really good material in there.
Yeah, I'd say first half of season 1 is like a 7, and then by the end of season 1, because of how great it gets, because the second half is fantastic, I would say it does definitely like go to an 8.
And even in the show's defense for season 6, it wasn't because the rating quality dipped, it was behind the scenes. They had to kind of play a guessing game with Marvel, and they didn't even know the show was going to continue.
Yeah, they planned for the show
Everything
for
got
only to
fucked
have
up.
5 seasons, then ABC was like, yeah, but do 2 more though. Yeah, I definitely don't blame them for season 6 being like the weakest, and even then it's not bad. So
But yeah, like with Nightbreed saying that if it's that we're too negative in that chat, we do discuss a lot of media in a negative way because it is like a hot take, quote unquote thing. But again, there's a plenty of stuff that we discussed that we liked and that he pushed back on.
mhm.
So it's kind of like a hypocritical behavior to state that. And
Just real quick, mods that are in chat, Strike, if you're still there, if you can time out that Russian account, I'd very much appreciate it.
And it's also like Nightbreed in that chat didn't really speak about media he likes. We all did. We were quite open about that, but Nightbreed wasn't.
Yeah, I think Guardian Show is the one that he talked about the most, that he liked. I don't remember him mentioning a lot of other media that he cares about all that much. I generally don't know like what type of media he even likes. I think he, though, has been a while, but I don't remember him mentioning like a lot of shit that he's like, oh yeah, that's great. More like older films, I think I remember him mentioning. But yeah.
Well, he talked about Avatar: The Last Airbender quite a few times.
Oh yeah, and then I said it was bad, so that probably didn't help.
Oh, wow.
Well, I mean, I'm someone who adores Avatar: The Last Airbender. I grew up watching it as a kid, like several times. I
And you're a
thoroughly enjoyed
shill.
watching that show. And then the moment you guys started talking about Avatar, I was just like, oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Shill.
Yes.
Yeah, which is kind of the thing we're talking about. Like, you don't have to engage in that kind of thing. Like when I see
Yeah,
SK just criticizing the
be
Suicide Squad, I'm
exhausting.
like, okay, I don't care. And then I go and rewatch it, and I love every second of it because I just think it's a very fun film. You don't have to keep acknowledging these things if they actually do bother you. I think but I do understand that sometimes like the mentality of wanting to argue and trying to argue too much does kind of like get in the way and force you to get involved in things that you wouldn't if you were like, I guess, thinking more objectively about it, about your situation. I mean, so yeah.
Generally, I've been here thinking, what the hell did Nightbreed talk about as a media? All I can remember, yeah, it's Guardian, Civil War, and Incredible Hulk.
Oh, no, Civil War is probably the big one here, because I remember, and you won't be able to find this because he took it down, but last year around, I want to say November, he had a birthday stream where he invited me and Paragon on to talk about things that he liked in media. And one of those things happened to be Civil War. And the reason why we were talking about Civil War is because we were responding to a guy, I think his name was Left Foot Media or something like that.
Mm.
And he made like an anti-Civil War video, and he was talking about the things that he found to be to be badly written in the movie. So Paragon and Nightbreed at that point were not aware of the Civil War take. I got brought in about like July or August in regards to the Civil War take, so I had a fairly decent understanding of what was wrong with the movie by that point. So they didn't know, and they brought me on. So throughout the course of the video, I was like trying to discuss it a little bit more with them, asking them if they, really thought something was well written, trying to like give clues as to why it wasn't that great. Which eventually led to an argument between me and Paragon, and eventually Southpaw got brought in by Nightbreed because Nightbreed thought that Southpaw still thought the movie was good. And then they eventually found out later on that no, Southpaw does not think the movie is good. So that was a bit of a clusterfuck of a stream. So he probably was not the biggest fan of that outcome because he considered Civil War up till that point to be the best superhero movie in existence, not just the best Marvel movie, just the best superhero movie all around, which includes like the animated movies, the early Tim Burton movies, just anything. Logan, Into the Spider-Verse, just the whole collection. So you can imagine how potentially upsetting it would be for someone who held something in such a high praise to find out, oh, okay, never mind, it's actually bad. So yeah.
So yeah, I can understand that perspective.
It certainly wasn't helping my mental health at all. But yes, as I was saying, I have no script. This is going to be mostly uncut, except for to take some of the more awkward pauses and whatnot out of the clip, of course. So basically, to make things short, last year was fun, I have to admit. Despite some of its ups and downs, it was a wonderful opportunity to get close to some of the content creators that had looked up to for a really long time. Content creators that had heavily inspired me and my work on YouTube, what little work on YouTube that I have done before I privated a lot of my stuff because I wasn't very proud of the work that I had accomplished so far. It was fun, but over time it became draining. I was becoming very unhappy with a lot of the work that I was accomplishing and the fact that I wasn't really getting a lot done. I was unhappy with how my podcast that I had started had turned out, which, looking back, it's fine that those things didn't work out the way they did, it's fine that those things didn't work out the way I had wanted them to, because that's just how it works.
Quick
Again,
question.
referring to the this stream. Yep.
Yeah, does he ever elaborate where he wants his podcast to be or the direction it is, or is he vague on that as well?
He is vague. I can't quite recall that specific part. I know he says what he wants to start doing more frequently, and he says that that's just that he wants to be more positive, focus more on things that he likes rather than just on negativity and bad media and stuff like that. So that's his end goal. So I suppose you could say that translates to what he wants the podcast to be like.
So I guess you just be more positive and try, I guess not to argue more about media, but just more like to just casually praise media that he enjoys.
Yes, and he gives a movie called like, I think it's Good Will Hunting or something like that. It's got hunting in the name.
Yeah, Good Will Hunting is a film. Yeah, people consider one of the best films ever made.
Yeah, I think that's the movie that he praised.
All right.
Yeah, because my main issue was depending on direction. Because I remember when Nightbreed was social with us, what he'd like to do, he would either try and be a moderator for a discussion, or he'd try and host a discussion to hear the other side out when it wasn't always needed. Like with Arklaw, I don't think that discussion was ever needed.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I respect that he did it, but like, no need.
Yeah, I especially don't think it was needed when Arklaw couldn't even have a microphone, so it was just streaming his Discord to see what Arklaw was typing, rather than just have a discussion with Arklaw in private, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, if you truly want to get better at something, you keep striving and you're going to create quality products rather than creating something subpar like I had done. I had fun with the episodes that I did, and had fun with some of the guests that I had brought on, but I had enough. Enough of
SK,
what?
please, for fuck's sake.
What?
Fucking.
Who's banging pots and pans?
Yeah, there's some noises
That's-
coming out of your end.
That's
Nobody.
okay. It's you.
I was
Yeah,
taking
but
out the
it's
trash.
you, yeah.
But I do want to say here that I kind of understand that sentiment that Nightbreed's putting forth here, I guess. I would say definitely like ECUM in the beginning, definitely very different to what it is now, and to what I would have liked it to be from the beginning. And I would say it's definitely changed for the better over time, especially since, like, I guess ECUM 18, 17, something like that, forwards, I think we definitely found like a better balance of what we want to actually do as a podcast. And a lot of the older episodes I don't look back fondly on, especially the ones with Soapy, but you know, that is self-evident as to why. And you know, for my own content, I used to have like, I think 60 videos this time last year, and I unlisted all of them, well, most of them, because I just genuinely don't think those videos were of quality. So I think I have like 10 fucking videos by this point on my channel, and even then there's some older ones I'm like, yeah, I don't really like the way I phrased this or did this. So, you know, I agree. It's like, yeah, you know, what you want to do, and then you just, you know, you fail at it, but you keep improving to get to a point where you're happy with your own content. So yeah, I went through the same thing in 2021, I guess.
Yeah, and I think it's especially common when you're a smaller channel, you're trying to explore different ways to gain an audience and to find your footing.
Oh, we're going to talk about that in quite a lengthy amount when he starts talking about things that he did in order to gain an audience.
Interesting.
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Really just enough hostility and cynicism. I had grown very tired of the constant fighting and bickering and arguing back and forth. It started draining on me to the point, and it felt like we weren't even arguing with people worth arguing with, you know? Like, it was...
I agree with that. I don't know if because he's saying we, I think he's blaming a few people, but I don't think any of us, for example, told him that it was a good idea to talk to our claw. I think that was like completely on him. And
I think he's probably generalizing a little bit more, like,
right.
I think he might just be referring to people like when we were discussing Spider-Man 2 and that was still a hot topic when we were
I definitely
talking
agree
about
that there are
Batman the
definitely
Animated
people
Series.
where it's like it wasn't worth arguing with everyone or trying to defend our position to everyone who tried to argue against it. Which is why when I posted the Atla clips, I barely responded to people, or I don't think I even clarified my position, because I was like, I know these people are understanding what I mean, and I'm not just gonna clarify and like when I make my video, as opposed to, you know.
The thing is, I'm not entirely certain if I would say that that was a waste of time, because funnily enough, I was one of the people who responded to Southpaw's initial Spider-Man 2 take, and look where I am now, you know? There were a few other people that we met along the way that were met in similar fashion and in similar regard, and now they're either on our side or they're in good relations with us. So it's a bit of a steep and narrow.
Yeah, I don't think it's like
walk.
binary that it was wrong to do, but I do agree that, you know, giving all of them the time of day and just continuously responding to these people is like, we didn't have to do that.
No. Especially in the amount of length that we went to. Like, for example, sometime earlier this week, Southpaw was responding to a guy named Swisby, and I went onto Twitter for the first time that day. Like, it was 6 o'clock at night, and I was just scrolling, and for like the next 30 to 40 seconds, it's just Southpaw and Swisby going back and forth at each other, and I'm like,
oh yeah, for me it was
wow,
the same.
okay.
Both Southpaw and SK arguing with Swisby, and it's like, okay, yeah. Like, it went for
At
a few
what
hours.
point do you guys just like make that a DM thing? Because good lord, it felt like I was establishing new lore the more and more I went down the down the list.
Yeah,
Funny thing is, I tried to get this into a VC, but he was like, no. So
Yes, Swisby is an interesting creature. I mean, he's been kicked out of 2
he's an
Discord
idiot.
servers because of his behavior so far that I know of, including Mauler's server. Like, I've looked in there a few times, and I was even there when he got kicked out. No one likes him. Like, no one likes him.
Oh yeah, wasn't
like,
he
at
the guy
all.
who said he was a sociopath on Twitter?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think he said that as
Oh,
a
yeah.
joke, but yeah, that is the guy
I
who
mean,
said
people
that.
asked him, "Are you a sociopath?" And he said yes. I was like, "Oh, okay then."
Yeah, but he also responds to that clip frequently with like Patrick Bateman clips where he's like uh, pressing his lips together and like kissing the air or something. I don't know how to explain that, but
I have to return some videotapes.
yeah, basically. So I think that's the joke on his part. So I'm not going to take that too seriously.
Mhm. You have to
Yeah.
know what your limits are in terms of how much you are willing to give people. Some of these guys simply aren't looking for a concession and just want to be contrarians. You have to gatekeep those people most of the time, IMO. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. It's just like there are people who just want to start some sort of discussion or debate to look like get a reaction out of you, rather than try to actually look for a reasonable discussion. Thankfully, even though Shandy was extremely aggressive towards Southpaw, he was actually willing to discuss it with him, and that's how, we're here now, where, Shandy conceded after the Spider-Man 2 debate and whatnot, so.
Yeah, it's like for Nightbreed at least, and now I'm going to get into ourselves. I've told Nightbreed, and I know I've told Paragon countless times, at least with us, if you think it's not worth it, or you think it's not going to get anywhere, which they seem to clearly think that, and that's fine. Again, block, move on. Simple as that. If you can't control yourself to do that, then you have to look and see what's wrong with yourself to an extent.
Yeah.
Because there needs to come a point where you need to go, this is not productive, and I'm just draining my energy. And it's like what we had with Spider-Man 2, with Nora, where we just kept trying to exhaust our energy on Nora, and she at the time kept being disingenuous or making stuff up.
Mm-hmm.
You
Rather
just
than
kind of just move
leave
on.
each other alone, yeah.
Yeah.
Is this cake vibes?
Yeah.
Yes. Cake Vibes is now Nora, so.
Yeah, she...
Yeah, no, I just had to clarify who that was because you guys were saying Nora, and I'm like, that sounds familiar. I just can't quite put a finger on it, and then I was
Yeah.
like, that's who.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Cape Vibes, or Nora, you are not a very pleasant person most of the time.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that. The way she dealt with this was not great.
Some random guy on Twitter or something like that might have said something stupid, and then all of us jumped on him and called him a moron or something like that. And it's like,
that is something that I agree with, and I actually was talking to Shandy recently about this, where it's like we're doing way too much of that. Where it's just like, you see what dumb tweet, and everyone is like quote retweeting, calling him stupid, and trying to argue with him as opposed to just being like, oh, that's stupid, and then you just laugh it off, I guess, which I think it would be healthier.
Like, there's a difference between responding to criticism and then just being a shit stirrer.
Mm-hmm.
And we were doing more shit stirring than we were doing responding, which I found just to be counterproductive to what we were doing, because at the end of the day, our goal is to change people's minds on opinions and to have them listen to alternative perspectives.
Yes.
And the worst way to do that was to basically stonewall them and have them be diametrically opposed to our position just because we treated them poorly. And it's something that we've criticized EFAP on doing in the past. And I felt, okay, well, if we're criticizing EFAP for doing this, then why are we ourselves doing that as well? So that's why I thought we should probably stop doing that.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing that TSV says that I think is very valuable is saying, no one's saying blocking is like a cowardly move. Blocking doesn't have to be considered some big act of ignoring criticism all the time. Sometimes people are just annoying and you want to get them off your feet. And I agree with that. I think the mentality on the internet is that if you block someone, they immediately lost. Like the person who blocked people, they immediately lost the debate. They lost the argument. Rather than just being simply like, nah, I don't want to see this anymore on my feed. It's fine. Like, I think the mentality on the internet that you always have to respond, that blocking is cowardly, is not healthy, and I think that the people who say that it is cowardly are definitely just missing completely the point of why someone would do something like this. Which is why I thought it was fine, for example, when Southpaw protected his Twitter account when he got like 1,000 quote tweets on his fucking Snyder Cut tweet. It's like, okay,
Well,
bit much now.
Another example of that happened actually pretty recently was Mauler muting his Twitter, and the initial take from a lot of people in ECUM and Thumbcast and Southpaw's group was that he was running away from criticism. But as we recently discovered, that wasn't the case. His reasoning for doing that was just because he was getting so many quote retweets and so many replies that he just found it overwhelming to respond to all of them. So instead of
he knew that
to them,
people would go after him either way because they already didn't like what he said. So
he felt that no matter what his stance or his opinion would have been in that situation, it wouldn't have helped. So he felt the best thing for him to do at that stage was to just mute and move on. Which I think is fine, because that's something I've defended Southpaw for doing in the past in my video. I think I've defended Marcus and Jeb for doing that too whenever they mute or whenever they go quiet. I think it's fine to do.
Yep.
That's why I didn't personally comment on Mauler muting and moving on, because at the time I thought it was fine. But everyone had their own personal.
I mocked that at the time, but I definitely don't agree with that stance anymore. That what he did was wrong. I think it's fine. Just muting it.
Yeah.
What are we really doing anymore? You know. What are we
that was a funny statement. Sorry. Okay.
It's not even.
What are we?
I was trying not to laugh at it. It's just the way it's kind of like said. It's like, you know, those Jaden Smith videos where he tried to sound like really deep. And for some,
Jaden Smith. That is an interesting reaction. That is an interesting comparison, Jeff.
I don't know why I thought that, and I know he doesn't mean it like that. I know what he means by it, but just kind of think Jaden Smith being deep.
I do want to.
How can mirrors be real if our eyes aren't?
I do want to see. I hope at least that he elaborates on what he means and like what are we doing anymore. So let's see.
What are we spreading? What kind of message are we trying to get across to people anymore that we're assholes?
Well, we
that
are
jump
spreading
on you on
corona,
Twitter
so
and
we're trying to
Discord
avoid
if you
that.
say something wrong. It was basically how I felt about it, and I'm
Sorry,
not going to
YouTube,
go around
don't
blaming
ban us.
anybody. It's like, oh no, they pushed me into it. They made me. Truth is, I did do it. A lot of it because I wanted this certain crowd to like me because it was a step closer to EFAP, and that was the crowd I wanted to be with.
Okay, then that is.
So probably should tackle that.
This is the thing that I was referring to earlier on when I said, "Oh, you think that now," because you guys all said it. This guy admits to essentially only being friends with us at the time because he was trying to use us as a means to get closer to EFAP, which I don't know about anyone else, but I think that's pretty damn slimy.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
I commend anyone who's upfront and honest about their poor actions, so I do commend that. I think, this is not a good look, nor is it really a good thing, because at the end of the day, the principle should be, if you are good enough at what you do, you will attract that audience. Or you will attract a audience that caters to you. If you're forcing yourself to try and rise up the ranks by being something you're not, you are being false, and to be honest, you shouldn't be trusted.
And
it's about being what you want to be. I'll finish that.
Alright. And it's like Strike said, and I remember that is actually something that Soapy did. Not saying that you're anywhere near as bad as Soapy, Nightbreed, don't worry. But that is something that Soapy did, where the only reason he wanted to like continue to be on ECUM, and even after he left, he tried to get, EFAP guests to be on his fucking Soapcast, was because he wanted to get closer to EFAP. And he even admitted so. And when I was on EFAP 112, he said that I achieved his dream, and that made him very upset. And I'm like, wow, man, like you want to be on EFAP, that's your dream. It's like, better ways to get there is to just simply be yourself. And considering our community is already close to a lot of people who are close to EFAP, like by that point we were already friends, not very that close with Southpaw, but we already were with Evan and Chase. Chase had been on ECUM twice by that point, I think. And it's just like you don't need to keep forcing it if you actually want to get by that point. Just be yourself, and if people actually like you, they're gonna continue supporting you.
And I think I'm gonna be quite brutal on Nightbreed here, and anyone else says like this. Yeah, at the end of the day, EFAP is just a podcast. That's all. It's a big podcast in terms of our community, but it's just a podcast. You shouldn't be doing things against your principles just to get on a podcast or get close to a community.
Mm-hmm.
You should, no, there are bigger priorities in life, quite frankly. And I don't understand this mentality that you need to force your way into this position. You earn that position. And I'm not going to pretend and say we've earned it or whatever. I think myself, I'm a long way off to get where I want to be in this community. But the point being, yeah, earn it. Make friends along the way. Sincere friends, by the way. But make friends along the way. Improve your craft. And then one day you may get there, and that's good for you. But that shouldn't be your ultimate goal at all.
Yeah, just looking at what we've done on this community, I'm much prouder of the close circle of friends that I have by this point, and people who are actually like talking to online, than just the fact that I talk to Southpaw daily, or that I'm fucking friends, I guess, with Madvocate or Thought Theater or Evan. These people that have bigger followings and who've been on EFAP. I think it's just the fact that we built this community, I think, is the bigger achievement than being close to EFAP. I don't know, and I think that's a point of view I've held for a while. And I definitely wanted to get out on EFAP at some point, but it's not like something that I expected to be realistically possible, and I thought it was fine. And even when I did, it's like that debate did not go well. I don't think at all. There was a good debate at all. But I did get on EFAP. I did get I guess what I wanted, and it's still like that's not the end all be all. There's so much still that I want to do in this community, and it's not like it ends there, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, even for me, I've always had some things I wish, I'd wish to have a discussion with Mauler about media, or I wish to have a discussion with Southpaw, and I've achieved those things. I'm quite thankful I have, but it's kind of like when you look back on it, it's well, to be fair, I did earn this, and there are much bigger goals I can push myself towards, like growing the ECUM community, because I'm quite happy where it is. It's got way beyond any aims I had. So my aim is just to keep building it into a shape I want it to be, and mainly cover topics that EFAP wouldn't as much, because that was the original intention of this, to cover the topics that we're into that we find EFAP don't cover because they're not into, and to offer that to an audience. So,
The internet is such a big place that you will be able to find a market for essentially anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I found that recently when I covered Gary and Az in my video. I found that it's quickly becoming one of my more popular videos on my channel because a lot of people actually like the idea of covering Gary and discussing the things that he's said. So if Nightbreed wanted to discuss his specific likings and dislikings in a way that he found to be not as annoying as hanging out with us, he could have done that, no problem, and I don't think anyone here would have held it against him. And if his goal was to get onto EFAP, then there were definitely more, what's the word I'm looking for here, more ethical ways of doing that other than just pretending to be friends with us and forcing his way into our communities and, you know, just not just being pretty two-faced about it in general.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
he didn't need to do that.
It's like make your own. I know it's easier said than done, but make your own community. Like you could
He's
very
trying.
much do that.
He's got his own Discord server, I think. I'm pretty certain that's still up.
And the thing is, I'm kind of like, you could have been friends with us still and gone your own route. Like, it's not like one specific route you have to take or you're at the social circle. Go the way you want it. Like, Fort is doing his own film and everything. That's a completely different route than I want to take, but I'm always going to support Fort in what he does because I think he generally makes good content and has a lot of potential, and he's a good friend.
Indeed.
It's like, go the way you want, and we will support you and give advice as a friend. I think friends should be supportive of each other and their directions.
Yeah, it's not like if you start making content that it's not like the kind of thing that we like to watch or whatever that we would just stop being friends. Like there are definitely people even in the ECUM server that I consider friends that are like the content they make is not something that I like to watch or that even caters to my personal likings, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna like stop being friends with them just because of that. You can take like your own paths, and as long as you like you just don't fucking block us out, I think we can still just hang out. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, to actually use a good example, let's look at EFAP. Metal is more of a gaming streamer. He does a lot of them rather than the media side, but he's one of Baller's closest friends in that community.
Mm.
So it's like, I don't understand. And TSV raised a very good point. That behavior is also a good reason, mate, to like not take every single word. Because if you hear that, how can you expect all of this to be genuine?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Cause of distrust.
Though, I don't know, at least the fact that he's being genuine about this could potentially showcase as well that he's just opening up, but yeah, I understand that point of view.
Same reason I got involved with the Anomaly Inc. crowd, same reason I got involved with the Southpaw crowd. It's one step closer. I hate that was my goal, my reason for doing a lot of the things I did. I hate that's the reason I did things, but that's the truth. I just wanted to get close to EFAP. Now, I have made some friends in both communities along the way. Looking back, I don't think that Anomaly's audience is quite as toxic as I may have supposed. Maybe given some of the behavior that I've witnessed in some of the other communities, maybe that's just changed.
So to tackle this, I hard disagree. I think a community that promotes telling people to kill themselves as the bar, like the low bar, that's a very toxic community. I was in that server and literally they were all defending Anomaly telling someone to kill themselves. So like, I don't understand how you could think it's not as toxic or not so toxic in retrospect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on.
The thing that makes this arguably worse is that he's saying in comparison to the other servers that he's left, which would include ECUM and Southpaw servers.
Mhm.
So he thinks that the way we conducted ourselves is in any way comparable to the way that Anomaly server acts is just kind of delusional, honestly. And I think the reason for why he is making that comparison in the first place is because he's welcomed in Anomaly server. They like the fact that he turned traitor and ran away, so they welcomed him with open arms, and it's a comforting thought for him to know that there are other people who share his grievances and his opinions. So he's willing to overlook their. No, did I cut out? Did anyone?
No.
I think
No.
you cut out.
No.
Yeah. So yeah, as I was saying, he was willing to overlook some of their more shady behavior because that was a server. It was a group of people that were willing to accept him and allow him to speak his mind. That's just my 2 cents on the matter. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised because I know for an absolute fact there's a person who runs both ECUM servers. If a person dared tell someone to seriously kill themselves, they would be confronted by me, and if they don't retract, they're gone, like instantly.
Yeah, that has happened. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm very like adherent to the rules, and it's a bit weird he brings this up because given a discussion we had with Paragon in that big call where one of the concerns was the moderator where I had to explain to Paragon I was defending you. And I made it pretty clear this does not continue, and it didn't continue. So Nightbreed knows for a fact in those servers, and I've no doubt Thumbcast is the same because SK wouldn't allow people to actually tell people to kill themselves. This did not happen.
Mm-hmm.
Changed my mind, like comparing the two. I do think they're too passionate about the prequel trilogy, in my opinion, the Star Wars prequel trilogy. I just think most of them, at the very most, are just misguided.
Okay, so
what does that mean that you're too passionate about something?
What I want to just, well, that's what I want to talk about because, well, that's a funny frame that we paused on. But the thing I wanted to say is because he was like, so we didn't talk enough about things we liked. You know, it was like, man, you know, never praising things. You're just talking about negatively. And now you're saying that community is way too passionate about the prequels, but it's like, so they're talking positively about something they like, which is exactly the thing that you wanted. Like, even if you don't like it, the prequel trilogy, that's what, you know, you said you wanted from our community. So why is that wrong now? Or are you saying it's too passionate? So, like, is that what you would say that my issue is that I'm too passionate about Legion and that's why you didn't like me talking about it? Because, I don't know, this seems strange to me, I don't know.
It confuses me further because it's like, how could you brush it off what they said about Wolf and how they defended it as misguided? Because I could easily go, anyone that did any ill will to you, they were just too passionate about that topic and misguided. It's like, where's the standard here? Because again, Anomaly server did such a severe thing. So if you're weird to accept that and just brush it off as misguided, it's hard to find things above that other than probably false allegations or trying to sexually harass someone, for example, is worse.
Yeah, and
not to mention when they responded to the backlash, Anomaly specifically, he had a community post that was pretty long, but he lied about the people criticizing him as a means of defending himself. So
yeah, I just because like the thing he's saying about the prequels, it just seems baffling to me to say they're misguided because it seems like a very narrow-minded way to look at film analysis. Obviously, if you mean that they're talking about, like, you know, oh, these films make perfect sense, then I'd say that's fine if you say they're misguided, but I need you to clarify. Because for me, it just seems that they really like the films. And, you know, them thinking they're good doesn't mean that they're wrong, just means that by their standards, they don't care about, like, you know, a fucking internal consistency as much. I think that's fine. Like, if you told me that Revenge of the Sith is a good film, I could definitely understand where you're coming from, even though I think there are a lot of problems in it from a writing standpoint, from an internal consistency standpoint. But most normies, I guess, when we care about that, and considering Anomaly's community loves the prequel so much, I'm not sure they would care about that all that much either, about, you know, the not making sense part. But again, I'm not sure because I'm not part of the community. I never have been. So I guess I need him to be, Nightbreed should be more specific here on what he means by misguided.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that why Anomaly got to the point to tell Wolf to kill himself was nothing to do with the prequel trilogy. And the fact they defended that would mean, therefore, his argument to defend him doesn't make sense because the topic was unrelated.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing I just want to quickly point out is that Anomaly, and I presume by extension his server, are pretty comfortable with telling people to kill themselves over the prequel trilogy because me and a few of my friends on another podcast, we covered Anomaly's response to Cosmonaut Variety Hour covering the prequels.
Mm-hmm.
And during one of his response videos to Cosmonaut, he did encourage people to essentially kill themselves if they in any way discredited the prequels. And he did also encourage people who were involved in the making of the sequel trilogy to also go ahead and kill themselves.
Was that in a joking manner, or was it?
No, if it wasn't a joking manner, then he needs to really learn how to distinguish those two different methods of communication, because he sounds the exact same throughout the video, even when he gets angry.
Right.
So
And-
yeah, delivery is
and didn't
important
he-
when you're delivering a joke.
And
like that.
didn't Nightbreed meet Replica through the Anomaly server?
he
Yes.
did, yeah, and I was going to mention that a little later on, because he is going to talk about that. But if you want to talk about it now, that's fine.
Oh, well, I'll touch on it briefly for the people that don't know. Replica was an interesting individual, to say the least, that holds some quite radical views about politics,
Media,
how you should-
people of
could-
different ethnicities.
Yeah.
and Nightbreed generally thought he was a neo-Nazi, to put it this way. So to say that the server's misguided when you have people like that within it does kind of beg the question, what are your standards here, Nightbreed?
It also makes you question, what exactly is he so disgusted by in the ECUM, Thumbcast, and Southpaw servers that he feels like it's better to associate himself with Anomaly server, and that the negative associations with Anomaly server are comparable or even better to the opposing side. Like, what does he think we do in those servers that makes him go, oh, you know what, this is significantly better, or this is even marginally better, so I'll stay here.
Yeah, like the worst I can think of, at least he come doing, is memes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Copy pastas, jokes, occasionally calling someone a moron or something.
Mm-hmm.
I genuinely
Actually,
think
most-
it's
most
just
of
got
them
to
are
do. Sorry to just do this again.
No
I
problem.
just want to say I genuinely just think that it has to do with the fact that we are discussing media in a negative light a lot of the time, and he's not a fan of admitting to the things that he used to like being bad.
Mhm.
I think after a while, it just didn't sit right with him. So instead of, just abstaining from the group, he had to go and associate with people that were kind of like course correcting in the other way, in the other direction. Because Anomaly and a lot of people in his server still think that Spider-Man 2 is good. They still think that Atla is good. They still think that BTAS is good. So I think this is just his attempt at trying to course correct and going back into a direction that he's more familiar with.
Right.
Most are just misguided. At the very most of them are just, I don't know if I'd even say foolish. They're just operating under different rules, I guess. It doesn't make them correct or anything like that. It's not the point. It just means that you can have a little more empathy and understanding of them if you understand why they think the way they do.
Excuse me?
I'm confused. If I understand why someone tells me to kill myself, earnestly tells me to kill myself, I'm not gonna have more empathy. Like, that's not gonna change. They still told me to kill myself, and especially, like, Anomaly did, and the fucking over the prequels, or like he did for Wolf, which is just over nothing. I don't even remember what that fucking conversation was about so long ago. I don't. It seems weird to me. I wouldn't have more empathy for these people.
Yeah, I'm sorry, if your genuine behaviour over fucking media is to tell people to generally kill themselves, you're pathetic.
Yeah.
I have no time for you. Seek help. Like, professional help.
Yeah, this is weird standard to hold. I don't know. I don't know enough about the Anomaly community to comment, I guess, but this seems really strange to me.
It's a
And if,
weird hill to die on.
Mm-hmm.
if you want to make friends with people, and it's like, oh no, you shouldn't make friends with those people, they're idiots. It's like, congratulations, you're an idiot too. You're an idiot to somebody.
Oh,
Well,
that depends on who you're talking about.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it, that's retarded logic. Let's just break down that principle. If you call a scientist, let's say a doctor in a field, an idiot, that doesn't therefore make them an idiot. It depends on their argument, Nightbreed. Is that argument coherent? Is it a good argument, or is it a really, really dumb argument? And I don't understand how you have simplified the anomaly server as you've just called them idiots, because you know for a fact that isn't what happened. I don't want
This is
any.
like this is like an anti-vaxxer calling anyone else an idiot for getting a double dosage or a booster shot. It's like, oh, okay, cool. You're helping to spread a contagion. You're helping to spread a virus to more and more people, getting them into hospitals when they really should just be, enjoying their time with their families. But I'm the idiot for calling you a mentally psychopathic individual. So cool, I guess. Thanks, Nightbreed.
Yeah, it's the same
It's-
principle.
I'm an idiot to
Yeah.
somebody.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like such a dumb. I don't like. Yeah, you probably are an idiot to somebody because there are people that are naturally contrarians. Doesn't matter. Like, and I think as well, it's very disingenuous for him to just go, "Oh, you just don't like it because you find them idiots." Like, no, they generally encourage suicide.
Yeah,
That's what
I'd say that's fair to
experienced.
be like, man, don't go around that community. They're really toxic. It's because they are, from my experience. Yeah.
But by logic, should I just not take that much issue with Faith because they were transphobic, ableist, and made false allegations? I don't understand this
Yeah, it would
logic.
be the same exact thing. It would be just be like, well, pay for saying this because they had a tough upbringing. That's why they hate the trans. Like, oh, okay, sure, definitely have more
The
empathy now.
the funny thing is that he still tells people to not go onto Twitter because he associates that place with too much negativity, and he associates that place with toxicity. So by this logic, I could then easily just turn around and say, well, don't you think that you're being an idiot to the people on Twitter by calling them toxic? Because it's essentially the same thing, because you're accusing an entire faction of people that use a social media platform of being associated with toxicity. So, I mean, I met Southpaw on Twitter. That's how I started my relationship with him. That's how I started my relationship with ECUM. So,
Oh yeah,
by
I
this
met
logic,
Jeb through Twitter as well. And that's
yeah.
what started pretty much everything. Was me talking to Jeb about Agents of Shield under a Southpaw tweet, and then that's how we started becoming friends. And then we had the entire thing with Tin and Zod and a few other people, a thread that started the ECUM server. So, Twitter is how we met.
Well, that and Marcus met a few other of his personal friends through not safe for work material. So
I can't believe, like, this is his logic. So, like, if I'm there explaining, I don't know, like, I had to explain to Borgie that whole house thing that Taka did was not DDoSing because it didn't tie to the passer's public identity, or the identity in general. If he went, oh, I think Jeb's an idiot, I'm like, that doesn't make me an idiot because I'm right. That makes you
sounds like something
ignorant.
an
Like,
idiot would say. To be honest, not gonna lie.
it would make the person ignorant. Like,
Oh yeah, some at SK because of Twitter. Yeah.
this hurts my head. This is weirdly, this is my most annoyed argument that he's put. It's not the whole trying to be friends with people. It's this that's annoyed me the most.
We're only 5 minutes in. You're gonna change that stance, almost guaranteed.
Oh boy.
You shouldn't be shooing people away and casting people out simply because you find them stupid.
What? But what? Depends. If they're the people in the anomaly server, the reason I find them stupid is because they think it's telling someone to earnestly kill themselves over a film is reasonable behavior. I would say that is definitely reasonable for me to do, to just be like, no, that community, I'm not gonna associate with them ever. I understand what the
I
issue
mean, a
is.
lot of people can have some pretty just motivations and reasons for ostracizing a person out of a group. I mean, we've recently had a drama in regards to ostraciz. Is the term
Ostracize.
Ostracization? Is that what it would be?
Ostracizing, I guess. I don't know.
Ostracizing. Yeah, I suppose that would be it. Yeah, no, there are definitely reasons for wanting to not wanting to associate yourself with someone.
I mean, that is exactly
group
like
entirely.
Soapy. The reason we wanted to disassociate with Soapy wasn't just the fact that, you know, the shit we found out about him was his response to it, rather than trying to, you know, get help over, you know, the way he felt. He was trying to deny that he was ever attracted to minors, and it's like, damn, that's way worse. And then, you know, painting us as harassers, like, yeah, the way he's going about this, I would say, yeah, he's stupid. I don't want to be associated with him. So it's like, it's fair if we ostracize him for that, for example.
And I think as well, if you don't want to associate people because you find them stupid and it's annoying to see them be stupid and annoy you, that's completely fair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't need to associate with people you don't like either. You can be as simple as, oh, I don't have fun talking to these people, and it's fine.
Yeah, I don't see the issue in that. What would be an issue if you find an issue for justifiable reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Right, or
Okay, I
you
think we
find
can go.
them.
Would you say, Shandy?
I just said I think we can continue playing, but you
You said that as I press play, yeah.
Yes.
Casting people out simply because you find them stupid, right? Or you find them bad. If they are, if you look at
you even said if you find them bad, that makes your argument way worse. If I find them
I was
bad,
gonna say,
if I find them stupid, I can understand that better. It's like, yeah, there are people who aren't smart, I guess, who aren't the best at media criticism, who I guess I still hang around with, and I think that's fine. You know, such as Jeb here on my left. You know, he sucks at media criticism. But, like, just say that they're bad people. I'd say that's fucking... Yeah, no, if I find them bad, why the fuck would I continue associating with them? I will cast them out. I don't understand.
yeah, unless your moral judgment's askew, like, for example, that person that called me sexist on Twitter because I explained something, then I don't understand. Like,
Yeah.
Nightbreed, you would do this very same thing.
Mm-hmm.
You literally are doing the same thing to ECUM and Thumbcast.
Yeah, you find us bad and you wanted to dissociate with us. That was the exact thing you did.
their actions and
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he kick a few of you guys out of his own private Discord server?
I don't know if he kicked
I
me
left.
out.
He didn't kick me out.
I don't think I ever
left too, but I'm-
so let me check. Yeah, I'm not
I
on his
left
server
'cause-
anymore. I think he kicked me out then. I don't think I left.
I left because I just kept getting pinged about things that I just wasn't caring about.
Yeah, that's why I muted the server, but and then I stopped going to it, but I'm not there anymore, so that's why I think I didn't leave. So I think he kicked me out.
Well,
right? Or
yeah.
you find them bad. If they are, if you look at their actions and see that they're not just pure evil, right? Like a pedophile or something like that, right? Or you find them bad. If they are, if you look at their actions and see that they're not just pure evil, right? Like a pedophile or something like that. There's ways that you can help people, right? I was just
Okay, Nightbreed. Okay, so telling people to generally kill themselves is bad, especially when the person suffers from depression and stuff, and there are certain lines that people can't take or want to associate with. Again, especially with something such a sensitive topic. Like, personally, I don't want to be in a server or associate with people that generally encourage suicide because of my own experiences with that, with myself and family members.
Mhm.
That is completely reasonable as an action. You shouldn't judge someone based on that.
So SK is currently talking to us through a wind tunnel.
Yes.
I'm actually,
Yes, I am.
kind of annoyed here.
Me too.
Not
SK is
'cause of
just
SK.
ruining the stream.
So,
Yeah,
Jeb,
fuck you, SK.
you remember like 5 minutes ago when you said that the argument he made at 5 minute mark was the most annoying thing you'd heard, and then a minute later into the stream you changed your mind.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, and it's like TSV say here, it's just, I'm not here to play therapist, and I agree, it's like, I don't need to try to help these people. Like, it's not my job to try to talk to every single person that I disagree with and be like, no, let me help them. Like,
yeah,
I think he
was,
has that complex.
that was something else that I wanted to just say. He says that it's frustrating and it's exhausting to continuously argue with people. I find it just as exhausting and frustrating to continuously help people or to talk to them or to be their therapist. Like, it's draining on me to hear people spill their guts to me and then trying to help them out of a sticky situation. Like, I know I should be helping them as much as I can, but at the same time, I just don't want to sometimes because it's
Yeah.
draining on me.
mhm.
I don't have to do that with every person I meet.
Yeah, especially
Yeah,
people
it's-
that you, or whose behavior affects you negatively already, such as people fucking telling you or your friends to fucking kill themselves.
And it kind of annoys me because I think he does have this complex where he feels the need to try and reason with things. And I think sometimes this guy has got to understand, like, hold yourself back. You don't need to do that. Especially, again, for his own mental health, because this is apparently why he's taken a certain direction. Because this isn't going to help the mental health. If you're dealing with people's severe problems or heavy problems, it's going to become draining. You're not a professional. Professionals need years of experience or education to be able to be in that mindset. I mean, I do a
Well,
job.
even then, so I just wanted to mention this real quickly that you're talking about professional and stuff. My uncle in South Africa, he works in the not the PI department. He works in forensics for the police, and he he's got a pretty strong sensibility and a pretty strong stomach when it comes to that line of work. However, whenever it comes to excessive gore or when it comes to child pornography, he genuinely has a mental breakdown, and he actually had one like pretty recently, like 2 or 3 years ago, because he found the subject material far too upsetting for him to deal with. And I mean, he's been a forensics officer for years, like literal years. That's his line of work, that's his profession, and he still couldn't make it through just one or two instances of having to deal with that. So even if you are a professional in a line of work where you're trying to help people out mentally, or you're trying to um, help people heal themselves from pretty traumatic events, that could still take you that could still be a pretty upsetting experience for you, and it could take a while for you to recuperate from it. So even then,
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like when I was doing my second year for the HND, because we digital forensics, it was stated explicitly to us that if you go down this career route, there is going to be things that could mentally break you. And they had to cite a thing where police officers actually ended up becoming pedophiles without wanting to, because they kept being exposed to the child pornography. And it's like that Nightbreed's being very naive right now and not quite understanding that this stuff has a huge mental toll on people. And within my work, where it's not frontline, but I'm dealing with participants with suicidal tendencies, anxieties, and so forth, even then that could be draining to try and help that person into a career or to stabilize themselves. It's not easy, Nightbreed. Don't shun people for doing that. And if that's not your attention, that's fine. But this is probably where a script was definitely needed.
Yeah, it's what I was talking about recently with Shandy and Jab about how, like, if you were able to lay out your thoughts more properly in a script, you know, you actually lay out your argument as opposed to just saying shit off the cuff, you're gonna have a much better time with people understanding what you mean, and not getting misconstrued. So, again, at least some notes for this video would have been helpful, I guess.
Just a redraft, man, like 1 or 2, maybe realizing that something that you're saying here is not like that intelligent, which I find funny because of something he's going to say later in the video. And this is something that Strike pointed out, or sorry, not Strike, Nebula pointed out when he watched the video. He said it a few times during the call, or sorry, not during the call, in the group chat. And it's definitely an interesting thing to hear from Nightbreed, considering all of the things that he says and all of the opinions that he holds. And I want you guys to try and figure out what it might be.
All right.
Just so tired of constantly fighting with people whose biggest sin was saying something dumb, when we could have possibly helped them or bring them over or help them understand where they were wrong, because most of these people were not that unreasonable.
They don't want that, though. We've tried.
Yeah, I was going to say, I tried...
It's fucking Nightbreed tried talking to Replica a gazillion times over the months, and he was never able to convince him, and like, we're like, just give up. Because we know that Replica didn't want to be convinced, and he just didn't. And he wasn't. So I don't understand how you can hold this view. Like, yeah, a lot of unreasonable people. I'm not going to talk to all of them, and it's not my job to do that.
I mean, even I tried with Anomaly Survey, and even Pave, to an extent. There was actually a point where I had a football discussion with one of them, because I think they were a Sunderland fan.
Fries the foot retard.
But, like, literally, yeah, they cannot be reasoned with, and it's not my job to reason with people being shitty. Like, at the end of the day, if these people can't recognize you shouldn't tell people to kill themselves, that's not on me. That's on them to recognize that's not okay behavior, or to be called out that's not okay behavior, so they can improve on themselves.
Just
I don't understand why.
Share the stream on the ECUM server. Sorry, go on.
I don't understand why he's treating it with such, as if it's like a poor movie take, or they just said an iffy political thing that just have to be slightly wrong. Like, no, this is telling people to kill themselves. An extreme action.
That's how
definitely not Powerino, my dude.
That's how I felt. I could be wrong. I could be out of line, but I was tired of shooting first and asking questions later. I decided that I was going to start acting kinder and trying to be more merciful, not just on the internet, just to people around me in general, because this cynical, hostile landscape that I found myself in, and again, I'm not blaming anybody, I chose to put myself there, was making me cynical in my real life. Now,
I actually agree with this, and same thing has happened to me a lot. Even with like my parents, they watch fucking Hill House, Bly, and Midnight Mass. They didn't like any of them. I'm like, man, it's like I was fucking
not
getting
even the finale.
Angry. No, Hill House. They loved the finale. They hated everything else. No, but for real, they didn't like either none of the 3 shows, and I'm like, that upset me with Bly and Hill House. But when they didn't like Midnight Mass, I was like, yeah, fair enough. It's just not your thing, I guess. So it's definitely something that I've tried to move away from, where I was getting way too cynical and way too confrontive, even in real life. So, yeah, I can understand that kind of point of view. Which I only blame myself for, and I think Nightbreed is doing the same here. It's like he put himself in that position, so it's his fault ultimately. So, yeah, that's fair enough.
You can laugh at that or chuckle if you would like. You know, it is a bit funny, but it is the truth. I saw my mental inferiors as just that. I saw them as
what?
I wonder if you guys
saw my
called
mental
that.
inferiors as just that. What? Who the fuck are you calling mental inferiors? You just said that we were okay. So you're talking about us calling people stupid and writing them off, and then you call them mental inferiors. I say that's worse, isn't it?
This is kind of like going, okay, so how could we call people retarded? We'll call them spastics. That'll be fine. Like, I don't understand. This is, I think, like, here he realised, like, as he was about to say, I can't call him an idiot because I mentioned idiot earlier.
Mhm.
I know, mental inferior.
Yeah, I'm
I
sorry.
can't call them black. I have to call them racially inferior.
racially inferior.
Jesus
Let me just
Christ.
get this fucking clip here, because I'm
Truth.
confused.
I saw my mental inferiors as just that. I saw them as inferior. I saw them as idiots, not worthy.
The only thing
Okay,
holding the anomaly community down.
so I'm confused. I'm confused, Nightbreed. So, you do know the mental inferior is the same thing as idiot, right? It is a synonym. It is just, I wouldn't say even an euphemism, because the connotation behind it implies, I would say it's even more than calling someone an idiot, because calling someone an idiot could be an insult based on just like, just want to insult someone. The same way where I could call Jeb a faggot, and I don't actually want to use it in the connotation of, because he's bi. My connotation is simply because I want to insult him. Whereas mental inferior is specifically referencing how someone's level of intelligence is inferior to yours, which firstly puts you makes you think you're superior to everyone, and then you're saying like you saw your mental inferiors as just idiots, so you still think that they're mentally inferior, you just don't think they're idiots anymore, I guess, which is irrelevant, which is a paradox, I guess, because mental inferior and idiot means the exact same thing.
I'm just.
I also find it. Oh, sorry, Jeb, you cut off on me on my side. I thought you were done.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, I'm just trying to process his logic here. I'm trying to work out why he used mentally inferior and then acted. Go on, Shani. I'm lost.
No, it's fine. It took me a while to process what he said as well when I watched this for the first time, and I reacted with anger. It got me through it. But the thing is that I find quite funny is if we look at the group chat that we were in during the time period when Nightbreed was in there, and we looked at all the things that were being said and the arguments that were being had. Prime example for this would most likely be the Guardians of the Galaxy 2 debate that you and Nightbreed had. When he uses the term mental inferior, I can't help but giggle to myself slightly, because if we were to quote unquote find the mentally
Ridiculous.
inferior member amongst us, he would definitely be a top contender along with Nebula and Jeb.
I can't believe I've been attacked.
Cry about it.
I am gonna cry about it.
Yeah, because you're weak.
Stinky. No, you're a faggot.
No,
Oh,
but
wait.
I'm being serious. I'm being genuine here when I say this, because the thing is, we had to explain a lot of things to Nightbreed, and it's not like a simple thing that you would misunderstand or something. There were genuinely times where we had to almost over explain something to Nightbreed before he actually understood what we were talking about. Nightbreed, yeah. Unfortunate for you, Nebula. You have a child with this. But like, and then almost in an attempt to like overcompensate for what we were talking about, he would kind of like go into extraordinary detail to the point that even I found that to like be kind of obnoxious. And the prime example for this is when he wanted to do his video covering Spider-Man 2 after Southpaw did his video and after I did my 2 videos covering Spider-Man 2 in even more detail, because one of the things that he wanted to talk about in Spider-Man 2
Get a life.
for shut up. One of the things that he wanted to talk about in regards to Spider-Man 2 was he wanted to talk about electricity and how it was misused in that movie, comparing it to Avatar The Last Airbender and saying why electricity was used better in that TV show. Now, when he said this to us in the group, I think the collective consensus was, but why?
Pretty much.
And with the Guardians... Oh, sorry, I'll let you go, Jeb.
No, I'll let you finish.
Okay, and with the Guardians of the Galaxy 2 thing, he had questions and he had criticisms towards the movie that Jeb, Nebula, and Marcus explained to him, what he got wrong. And he conceded to them after they spent like an hour or two like conversing with him, and then I think it was either in the same day or a day later, he made the exact same criticisms after being told why he was wrong in the first place. He just did it in another server where no one was looking. So I find it really interesting that someone who uses the term mental inferior would go ahead and do something that carpet-lickingly stupid. Because firstly, it was in a server that a few of us shared, so we could see what he was saying. So that's strike number one. Strike number two is you conceded that you were wrong. Like you admitted to it. I actually think we can pull up references for this if we bothered to go through that group chat to look for things to talk about. We would find evidence of you conceding to these issues. So that's strike number two. Strike number three is you went off to Guardians of the Galaxy 2, which just automatically makes you wrong, so fuck you.
Exactly. I mean, to be fair, he did think the film was good. He just thought it was like 2 issues. Oh yeah, he said that Gamora had plot armor in one scene, and Ego was a Deus Ex Machina. And we're like, dude, that's just not true. And then after we countered it, because I just found the thing. Yeah, he's just like, that is true. And it's like he conceded, and then right after he did, I think it was Southpaw server even, which is hilarious. It was like, you know, there are a few issues in Guardians 2, and he cited the exact same thing that we had just fucking countered. So that was interesting.
And I'm going to be honest, every discussion I've had with Nightbreed has had him concede on anything I say.
Me too, sometimes, to be honest. Like, I'm trying to think now what we were talking about. I think it was, well, firstly, Civil War for a prime example of, you know, something that he conceded to. Not immediately, mind you. It took a while for his brain to process what I was actually saying. Paragon even fucking longer because Jesus Christ. So there is that. He brought in Southpaw to essentially help him out because he thought that I was being out of hand, and he didn't realize that Southpaw agreed with what I was saying. So that was kind of funny. And I mean, just he's not as smart as he thinks he is. I feel like he vastly overestimates his intelligence a lot of the time. So again, I find the idea or the premise of him calling someone an intellectual inferior to just kind of be funny. It's
just
nothing more to say.
I just want to say here
something funny about Paragon as well is that when it came to the Winter Soldier, because he reacted similarly to that take as he did the Civil War. He pretty much like defended it with the weirdest defenses I've ever seen. And then only once EFAP came out and said, "Yeah, this movie's shit," he's like, "Oh yeah, I guess it's bad."
I remember the shield thing, like when I got involved about magnetic fields, and he just ended the discussion there and never continued it again, even though saying he would.
Oh yeah, it was. Oh yeah, I remember that discussion, and that was when we even thought the film wasn't that bad. We just thought that was an issue.
I was like, "Do you really want to debate me on this?" And then I got into it, and I'm like, "Nah."
Just want to say real quick, because Bootneck sent a super chat 6 minutes ago saying, gonna go watch some Legion instead of seeing this new video from Nightbreed. Very based. Also tell SK to finish watching Midnight Mass. SK, watch Midnight Mass, you faggot.
2 more episodes. 2 more.
Oh, so you're about to reach the bad episode. But yeah, Legion is great. Isn't that right, Shandy? You watched Legion recently?
Oh yeah, I watched Legion pretty recently. Really great show. I think it gets a lot of unnecessary hate from people who criticize season 2 because I think season 2 is. I'm not going to say the best. I think it's. Actually, no, I am going to say it's. Fuck, I can't even remember which one was my favorite.
You did say 2 was your favorite.
Yeah, I think 2 was my favorite.
Yeah, I can understand saying 2 is the best, but it's my least favorite because I think it's the weird as it is to say. I think it's the most grounded one because it's doing a lot of groundwork for a lot of the shit you set up season 3.
Yeah.
And I think like season 1 and 3 lean more on like the trippy shit because they don't need to get David from point A to point B as a character. So Yeah.
I liked season 3, but that unfortunately was my least favorite of the bunch because
Okay.
it's the one that did the least amount of legwork in order to like move these characters. I'm not saying it didn't have any legwork, just it had the least. Season 2 was my favorite because I felt like there was a lot of stuff in there that I could dissect and pick apart and like analyze for extra material and extra gratification on my end. And I really like that kind of thing from a TV show and from a media property in general.
Yeah.
But something else that I wanted to point out was in chat, Mr. Something Wong said that Nightbreed usually concedes on his arguments pretty quickly. That is correct, and a good piece of evidence to use as a reference here is this video, because him and Jeb talked about it in DMs, and he conceded to Jeb's points pretty fucking quickly. So even this video, he thinks he did badly.
Even
That
when
is
I
all.
came in, to put it this way, even from a psychological point of view, I came in quite insulting, so I got pissed off. He still conceded very quickly when people would be more defensive because they got insulted.
Yeah. He doesn't do conflict very well, which is probably why he left.
Yep.
Which I find funny because of his private, unlisted recordings of Replica that he took without his consent, which, you know, was pretty poggers. And it's something that he's going to criticize later on from us, you know, going against people and doing things of that nature when he's very, very guilty of doing it himself. And he admits to not liking doing that, which is fine, I guess. But at the same time, you know, your hands are not clean of this, even if you admit to not liking it anymore.
Indeed.
Of my time. And it's like, well, maybe that they're actually genuinely okay people who just don't know any better. They weren't given the same like logic that you were, you know? They weren't taught the same.
Okay,
It seems
Nightbreed.
incredibly condescending. I'm so confused right now. Like he's doubling down on the like mentally inferior thing, right?
Nightbreed, I'm gonna give you a word of advice. They're going to be in an extreme circumstance if they think it's in any way acceptable to generally tell people to kill themselves. It's not going to be under a typical circumstance that they would just miseducate in school or something. They're going to be deeply troubled, and thus you're not going to be enough. This is very naive behaviour. That's what it's coming across.
Things, they don't understand things like you do, and I don't think that means we should act hostile. And it's the same thing with people that's like, oh, that guy's a racist and that guy's a sexist. It's like, okay, maybe he's not actually a bad person, you know? And you know, it's like, no, you're saying racists can be good people. That's not my point, okay? I mean, maybe he's not rotten to the core. Maybe he was just a fool that received another fool's information, and maybe you have the opportunity to change his mind and befriend him.
Nightbreed, if you're a racist or a sexist or whatever, categorically, in that moment, in that period, you are a bad person. Because you're doing prejudice or unequal behaviour. I prefer inequity behaviour because that's fairness. But anyway, to a person based on their identity, you're treating them differently, and you're also being contradictory because that's how it works. Being sexist or whatever. So no, they are a bad person in that moment. Now, I get what you're trying to say is that they can be redeemed, and that is true. You can educate people, but again, you're being uncharitable to how people work. If people are generally racist or sexist, a lot of people don't want to associate with that.
I mean, like, yeah, just to strengthen what I think his point is and what Jeb is saying is that clan members of the KKK, they leave all the time. I remember there was a black man. I can't remember his name. I could probably just look him up real quickly. There was a black man who befriended KKK members and basically Was that his name? Ronald.
I'm guess. Are you talking about the guy from Black Klansman?
I might be.
I know who Shandy's on about because I watched a video about him. He would either go to KKK leaders and meet with them.
Yeah, I think Ron Stallworth is the guy. An American retired police officer infiltrated the ranks of the Ku Klux Klan in Colorado Springs, Colorado, in the late 1970s. First African American detective in Colorado Springs Police Department. So yeah, if this is the correct person, his entire thing was he infiltrated the KKK and he befriended members of the KKK in order to convert them to no longer being members of the KKK, which, you know, it's a pretty noble cause, especially considering how dangerous it would most likely be for a black man to do that in a very racist group. But, you know, he did it. He successfully converted quite a few people. I don't know the exact number, but yeah, he was a Chad of a human being.
Indeed. And like I can respect if you want to do that, but I think the issue that comes with that is obviously you're putting yourself in again a mental toll, especially if you're part of that minority. Like PAVE, for example, I was put in there just to see what they were doing under Southport, but I generally wanted to get insight. And it was mentally draining trying to explain to these people why these behaviours weren't acceptable. And I got met with, "I don't think you're deaf," and it's like, it's not a requirement, or I shouldn't be looked down upon by you, Nightbreed, because I'm not willing to do this as such. There's a lot of nuance into it, and naturally so. And I'm going to be quite honest. I don't think Nightbreed's a good person to do this stuff. Not on a moral sense, just I don't think he has the skills to do that. Because I don't think he's the best at articulating his arguments as seen here.
Nope.
I think he's just too naive.
Which is actually, funnily enough, something that I got accused of pretty recently, which I think is fine to accuse me of being naive, but at the same time, I feel like I have at least some skill in the department of changing people's minds, as I managed to do pretty successfully pretty recently. So that's nice. But yeah, no, I definitely feel like Nightbreed is the kind of person that I got accused of being yesterday. So that was fun.
And TSV actually raises a very good point. Not every person wants help or wants to be redeemed, and all you're going to do if you go on that sort of crusade is end up with an even more cynical and bitter outlook than you had before. Yeah, that does tend to happen because you see this keep happening. You it feels like a never-ending plight. Even me, I'm a very vocal person about how to help people with disabilities, how to treat them, and such. It is draining, especially at work. And even my research project is looking at how to do that in an education sector. That has been draining as well to see how what I feel is a long way off. So, naive Nightbreed.
Because he stops being the enemy once he becomes your friend. You know, if you can bring him on the other side, you've probably you've actually helped him. You've helped him by giving him that information rather than dogpiling him on Twitter, trying to explain to him why he is an idiot.
I think we typically try that out, and
you know,
a lot of times it doesn't work.
I just don't like that method.
Yeah, I actually did this today.
Yeah, you just said you don't like that method. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I literally. I know this is after the video, but I know for a fact he knows. We do discussion. I know I do. Like today, there was that anti-vaxxer person. I got into a general discussion. I kept going, "Can you provide me data?" And then I asked him questions on the data he gave me, and I tried explaining why this data is faulty. it's like, you know, and there's nothing wrong with. I don't want to say there's nothing wrong with Dark Pilot, but there's nothing wrong with people quote tweeting someone on Twitter saying this is a dumb take or you're being an idiot for being racist or whatever. I think that's completely valid on a public platform. Because I think, yeah, people who are racist, sexist and stuff are idiots. That doesn't mean they're permanently idiots, but they're idiots in that moment.
I just don't like doing that. I didn't like doing that anymore. I'm not saying any particular names. I'm not saying any of you have necessarily done that. I'm saying I did it. And I did it so my peers would like me more.
What?
That's the truth of
But
it.
we never did that, so why
no...
would you believe that would make us like you more? What?
And did he even... I can't believe I'm still manning him, but I don't even remember him doing it. I genuinely don't.
I don't think he really quote tweeted all that many people. I don't remember him participating on Twitter all that much, so yeah.
The thing is, I know he did. The problem is, when he did it, hardly anyone noticed.
Oh yeah, that is the thing, because he always shared his tweets, but like nobody cared, and I didn't even follow him, so that is true.
Okay, that's
the problem. Yeah, he attempted to do it, but no one took notice.
Right.
Didn't Nightbreed?
Yeah, well, that was kind of the issue. That one of the issues that I had with Nightbreed is that every time, like, he barely ever was active in the group chat, and every time he was like sharing a tweet of his. I'm like, okay, can we actually have a conversation, or are you just gonna keep posting your own tweets? Which is
again going to be funny considering what he says a little later on in the video, where he. You guys are gonna have an absolute ball with the remainder of this video. Like, Jeb's already gotten significantly angrier every minute we've gotten past in this video.
So CB and Dasker, didn't Nightbreed defend the All Lives Matter statement? Yeah, he did, and he has asked me, well, what's wrong with complaining about it? Like, he doesn't understand why the complaints are stupid. So.
I
putting
think
that out there.
From what I've heard, I'd say Nightbreed there's definitely a misunderstanding of what Black Lives Matter as a movement represented, even if the movement got away from the original intention. So that's all I'm gonna say. Considering what I've seen, I don't know, haven't all the context, but I'm pretty sure Nightbreed agreed to have a conversation with you, right, SK? So
okay, so he did at first. I'm like, hey, what time is good? Because he hasn't gotten back to me in a while. And he's like, dude, I don't want to have the conversation for whatever reason. I don't know. He was basically saying, yeah, can we just distance ourselves? I'm like, okay, but you did say, can I see examples for why my complaints are stupid? And he just said he doesn't want to discuss it or what. I don't know why. And then he says. And then I say, so you don't want examples? And he didn't answer me, so I don't know, it's very confusing.
Right, okay.
I would also like to just point out something that I find to be particularly interesting in regards to Nightbreed's mindset here, because he seems to think that anyone who he can convince of changing their position becomes a friend of his. That his goal here is to make friends out of the people who hold alternative perspective to him. And I'm sorry, this is a personal thing for me, but I find that perspective to be really sad. And that's just because I don't need to be friends with every person I talk to. I don't need to be friends with every person I change an opinion on. Like, a friendship to me is built upon, a shared enthusiasm for each other's perspective and opinion, or a shared charisma. You can become friends really quickly. It's happened to me multiple times, but there has to be a certain level of work that goes into it from both parties. If one person is the enthusiastic one and the other person is just, going along for the ride, that's not a friendship at that point. That's just you being nice.
Yeah.
So I find this entire this ideology of his that he can become friends with every person he talks to and is nice to just pretty sad, honestly, and it just comes across to me as him wanting friends or him not having much expertise in the lines of making friends. which is not really an issue that I have a lot of the time, and a bit of a humble bracket, but I tend to make friends pretty quickly. That's just because I'm capable of engaging with people and I'm capable of carrying on conversations. And a lot of people tend to like it. They like it when you show interest in what they're saying and what they're doing. If you pay attention to details, that's the thing that he might be trying to get across here. But the problem is that he lacks the ability to engage with people all the time, which is fine. Again, you don't need to be friends with everyone you talk to, but he does it more frequently than he would most likely like to admit. In terms of not engaging, that's what I meant to say.
Right.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And I think this is going to be conjecture for me, but I think this whole video has come about because partially due to drama, but I think as well because his need to make friends. And I think this video wouldn't exist, or these beliefs wouldn't happen if he got more traction or got paid more attention to by the communities.
Yeah, that's another thing that this video comes across as. It comes across as desperate. It comes across as a call for attention. Like he desperately wants people to hear his side and pay attention to what he's saying. Because correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't this entire situation like handled like a few months ago in Southpaw's server? Like I thought the entire drama revolving around Nightbreed and ECUM and Thumbcast, I thought this was resolved already.
It had been.
So did I.
Yeah. Well, at least we
It's the
assumed
confusing thing for
so,
me.
and then it's just like, I guess not. Like, even to a point where
so-
Borgy DM'd me and being like, oh, I haven't watched Bly yet. I heard it's like one of your favorite shows. If you want to watch it, I'm like, sure. And then he just, he never got back to me. And then apparently now they're back to disliking it. So it's just weird to me. I don't know.
Yeah, no, so if this is something that's already been handled more or less, then again, why go through the effort of restoking this once put out fire?
Well,
why
the bigger issue I
why
have
do
as
those?
well is that Nightbreed didn't bring up any of this in that discussion. And so, like, if you actually had an issue with how we handled ourselves in that group chat, it should have, talked to us when we scheduled a conversation specifically to discuss the issues that these people had with us. So, yeah, I know.
Yeah, or better yet, why not take this to DMs, which is something that we talked about yesterday. Instead of publicly airing out your dirty laundry, why not just take an issue that you have to someone's DM and talk to them about that first?
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
Yeah, it's really...
And he clarifies in this video that he wants to make it clear for his audience, but at the same time, his audience didn't know what the fuck's been going on, like, at all. Unless the audience consists of people who follow him on Discord or see what he's been saying on Twitter. Did I cut out there because my head turned off?
You did.
Okay, right. What I was saying was, I don't know how engaged his audience is in the drama and stuff that goes on Twitter or goes on Discord. Doesn't really seem like that many people actually really understand or know what's going on, so it feels really strange to make that a public thing that you say on YouTube, basically out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, even in Diaz with Borgy, because again, as I said, I was giving him the heads up. He literally says verbatim that that for me, I haven't done anything really. He takes issue with Marcus and Tin, but that's regarding the Paragon stuff, not to do with Nightbreed.
Again, I did nothing.
Yeah, I'm very confused what it is, but I want that discussion. But none of it relates to Nightbreed, at least on an ECUM side, so I don't understand what's happening.
Well, I mean, this kind of just reminds me of when I got given crap for basically making fun of Paragon for his Civil War take. Like, it feels like these guys just wanted any sort of excuse to shit on people, even if it was for the most meager of things. It just comes off as really petty.
Yeah, I got dragged into it was like a 2-3 hour call, that was,
Mhm.
and all it was because I did defend Paragon the way he wanted to be, and I was like, this wasn't worth the 2-3 hours that apparently they had all these issues with. If your only issue is that I defended you, but not the way you wanted, I'm sorry. Like, you've wasted my time.
This is the same person who will have a mental breakdown when he's on holiday in Italy because he can't get away from his phone or he can't get away from his computer. No, I'm sorry. I've said this before publicly, and I'll say it here again. I find that kind of behavior really pathetic of you if you're going to have a fucking cry about the way people treat you on a Discord server when you're on fucking holiday in Europe with your family. Get off the fucking internet, you sack of shit. Genuinely
I find it
grow up.
pretty fatherless.
It did annoy me because it's like, I've always advocated publicly that if you have any issues, feel free to DM me. I'm not going to guarantee I'm going to help. I may signpost you to places, more likely, if it's something like suicide and that. And when he was like, saying on Twitter that or it was in a Discord server, his worst experience was the Discord drama. I'm like, you need to get some perspective. It's like you
He
need to get
clearly
some
does
perspective.
not understand the privilege that he has if the worst thing that he's ever come across on is a fucking Discord beef.
Exactly.
He does not understand his privilege.
I think at this point, my dog just died of cancer. So, yeah, I think at that point, while he's on a free holiday, and not just to one country, it's like to multiple countries with his family, all paid for. And it's like, the fuck is wrong with you? Like, you need to have an introspective on the situation you are in, and then choose your next steps. Don't post it all over Twitter, and then just
I would say some
keep doing
serious
this.
introspection is in order.
Indeed.
Same.
I mean, unironically, yes. I think out of we keep mentioning Borgie, Nightbreed, Paragon, because they're all kind of linked. Out of all of them, Paragon's the one that I think is generally someone I have personal gripes with. I just think Nightbreed has said stupid stuff here. Borgie, I've got nothing against.
Yeah,
But
Borgie.
Paragon.
Borgie mostly has
He
the.
can be disingenuous all he wants.
Indeed, it's that he never got back to Jeb's screenshots. That's the biggest issue I have. Because Jeb sent you screenshots, Borgie. You haven't responded, Borgie. You can be disingenuous all you want, but you can shut the fuck up.
I remember, because I told Paragon, can you just, not say ECUM's doing this when it's clearly not ECUM? And then, the next 2 days proceeded to do it, and I called him out, and then he unfollowed me. I was like, okay.
Yeah, people who like to conflate one or two or even three of us saying or doing something, being like, man, it's all of ECUM. The good old all of ECUM is here lol meme. Yeah, but it's like when people say, oh, ECUM's take on Atlas, it's like, no, Jab hasn't seen it, Tin is definitely not involved. And it's just like, yeah, Zod and I watched it and we thought it was bad. If you want to talk to anyone about it, it's me and Zod. And I hate how, it's always conflated in loads of different places.
You either get it's all ECUM or Jeb is cool. It's one of the two.
Yeah, that age old fucking Jeb is cool. When
Tim
it was
just
you,
wants
it was
attention.
To be fair, I don't actually understand it because, again, I've always said I'm the most vocal on this stuff, and Tin and Zod say nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, out of blaming everyone, blaming
This is the
Tin.
most upsetting thing this whole stream.
Yeah, out of everyone, blaming Tin, I think, is the funniest part of all this. To say the biggest issue that I think Borgie has is with me and Tin. It's like me, I don't know how, but sure. But with Tin, it's like, what has she done?
All I did was quote Paragon saying the word gay.
Yeah.
That is it.
Yeah, because Paragon posted a
Yeah,
GIF
but
from
you're 80
Halo.
years old.
Yeah. And I complained that it was cold and that I didn't have tits.
But you're 80 years
And
old.
that spawned the irony thy name is Tin.
Irony thy name is Tin.
Motherfucker, I was cold. Was I supposed to not complain about being cold?
Yes, that's gay.
And the thing is, I would love to have a genuine discussion with Paragon about everything, but I tried. and he just ignored. So either he's learning, or I don't know. But he did ignore me trying to have a civil conversation. About another, to be fair, it wasn't related to the drum, but it was related to someone else. I was trying to educate him about how to deal with pronouns.
Which is something
So-
that a few people seem to have an issue with, not understanding how to use pronouns for transgender and non-binary people for some reason.
Yeah, to make pretty clear, just because a transgender person is mean to you doesn't mean you don't use the pronouns anymore. That's not how that works.
Yeah, if I call
Just-
Jeb a faggot, he's not gonna start calling me she for absolutely no reason. Just because I'm cis doesn't mean that. Because me being cis or me being trans, it wouldn't change anything and how you approach that, because gender is completely irrelevant to someone being mean to you or not.
Yeah, it's like you don't invalidate their identity. Attack, like, well, I wouldn't even say attack. Just go for their logic, or like just go where you have a shitty personality. Clearly, don't go for their identity. That doesn't make sense. And don't go it's strenuous to accept your identity or to use your identity effectively. Don't say that. I get it could be like a struggle, especially like you've known this person always in one form and they're now a different form. I get there's a transition also for the people involved, but don't say it's hard work or whatever. That's not a good look.
Yeah, like the worst you have to do is to correct yourself when you misgender someone by accident. The person going through the transitions definitely going through way worse stuff than simply you just using the wrong, you having to correct the pronoun that you used, or having to think for 2 seconds like, oh, did I use the correct pronoun? Yeah.
And for the love of God, when you're using, when he said to Naira, "Speak to me like a man," don't use I'm old fashioned. Don't use that excuse. Like, my nan's old fashioned. She's 70 old, and she does a better job. There's no excuse. My nan's probably going to be dead in the next 5 years. Like no paragraph.
All right.
This is a nice tangent.
Yeah, I was gonna say we ready to get back to the video, I guess.
Yes.
No other way to put it. I did it specifically so people within the inner circle of EFAP would like me, because look how smart I am. Look at me going out and slaying all the stupid people. I did it.
I
Yeah,
remember
and,
us.
That's
Oh,
really
like-
sad.
Yes. And I remember when he posted some of the things he said to these people, we actually took issue. Because they didn't make sense, or they just didn't add
We're
anything.
wrong.
Yeah. So, like, I'm sorry, if you have to go against your principles to try and be validated, I think there's some underlying issues there that you, I think, need to speak to someone, quite honestly, like, just to help better yourself.
And especially now
It's
that
not
you
even
actually
just-
recognize your own behavior, I think that's a big step in the right direction.
Yes.
To recognizing your own faults and moving on from it.
Yes.
It's not even just Nightbreed whose behavior we called out. I mean, we called each other out semi-regularly, actually, if we felt like someone was doing something wrong, or if someone was just being overly emotional about something. I mean, it's kind of a meme at this point of how much of a contrarian I am within the group, because I
Yeah.
constantly go against what the group is saying, like whether it's media related, like with the Batman or Sandman, or if it's something more solid. I can hear SK giggling like a little squid there.
SK's morals are inconsistent. But we definitely do call each other out. I mean, as recently as yesterday, we call each other out. So yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like even before yesterday with this whole EFAP drama thing. I mean, well, it kind of was during the whole EFAP drama thing. I know that the biggest examples of this is when we were helping Southpaw redraft his scripts, because we found that they were being too emotionally rushed, I guess is the word, or too emotionally motivated.
Yeah, emotionally
You know,
motivated. Yeah.
trying to make them a little bit more objective in
Mhm.
the way that they came across, focusing more on facts and details rather than just blatantly going ah.
Yeah, I definitely understand that. Yeah, that yeah, I'd say Southpaw a lot. We have done a bit of that, just calling out. It's like, this is not how I think you should approach this.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I mean, I've done it with Naira a few times, especially when she starts going after other servers that I have friends in.
Well, Naira's a woman, so
yeah. I mean, she deserves
Yeah,
it.
yeah, that's true.
Fucking Naira.
Marcus, you're a
Poor.
little shit. Fuck you, Strike. I'm taking away your moderator.
Strike, your accent is terrible. Shut up.
Poor guy. He's
Poor
Portuguese. He's already got it bad enough by being Portuguese.
You're like a BTech Portuguese. I don't understand.
Me?
Yeah.
Portugal is a BTech Brazil. What the fuck are you talking about? They literally lost to
you got
Brazil.
voted.
They used to own Brazil and now they fucking lost. Not only did they lose Brazil, they're made fun of by the entirety of the world. That's how shitty Portugal is.
Yeah, like literally, you got founded by the Portuguese. That's how sad your country is.
Wow.
You got founded by the people that get made fun of.
Well, you just said you used to own fucking America and now they fucking shit on you every day. What the fuck you talking about, Jeb?
Yeah, and I shit on my own country.
Who doesn't by this point, right?
I shit on America as well. America's fucking UK are retarded.
Yes, the entire world is retarded. Just embracing Capistan. So anyway, let us move on.
What's Shandy referring to? You having a vagina and that bad.
I think it's when like some server was talking about ECUM and you mentioned it to us. I think that's what Shandy's referring to when he called out being like, this isn't like drama or anything.
Yeah.
Did it to PAIF? Did it to Cake Vibes? Did it to the Infamous? I've done it to plenty of other people, simply because I just wanted these people to like me.
Nightbreed, I'm gonna point out two of these people. Paith, I think you're warranted in insults to them.
100%.
To be honest.
Yep.
Like they're kind of scum of the earth, and I don't think they could be reasoned with. I think Anomaly server maybe some people, but those no. Nora now. They lied about death threats, and we quote tweeted them saying that, hey, you lied about death threats.
And then she
I
blocked
think
all of
that's
us.
Yeah, I think that's completely fair to go, hey, you lied about death threats, can you prove this?
Yeah, and then she's like, wow, they want me to get screenshots from a year ago. It's like, well, yeah, if you're making claims that have no backing whatsoever and we know aren't true, can you provide any proof that maybe we're wrong? So yeah, it's reasonable to just ask them to provide proof.
Again, it's no one else's fault. I did it. I'm the one that did it. I'm the captain of my ship, master of my soul. I'm the one that did it. I've got no one else to blame.
Sure.
Very
This
cringe.
isn't
I'm
a
sorry.
video
I'm the
that's
one here
meant
with the
to-
Hollywood sayings. Okay, I'm here with a fucking title card opening crawl fucking statement.
You could have just gone, I did those actions, they're on me, and then just move on.
I mean, I don't think it's an issue. I just find it funny.
Yeah,
it's fine.
I just don't.
Nah, inconsistent writing, cringe.
Cringe
much.
dialogue is bad.
Literally go after people that have become my enemy in recent years, rather because they didn't like my new method of trying to actually talk to people first instead of reacting,
Ooh.
or just because
Really?
they aren't a fan of some
It's
of
a
the
new
mistakes
one?
that I have made. Whatever camp you fall in, or if there is other camps that I'm just not addressing off the top of my head.
Wait, I want to see if I heard this right. Did he also, because I don't know if I heard it, but did he say that we didn't like that he was trying this quote-unquote new method?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
What?
a fuck. Hang on. No,
That's a
wait,
lie.
you're a liar. You're an actual liar.
Wait, yeah, I was confused.
That's-
That's what he's saying? Why would
was-
we
I was
just
gonna
we
s-
don't care either way. Like we had the issue, we didn't have an issue. We just thought it was pointless to talk to our club, We don't have an issue with you trying to reason with people. Why would we? We
Yeah,
constantly try to reason.
it's a
Fucking
lie.
Shandy, the reason he met us is because Southpaw tried to reason with him. I'm so confused right now.
The
I'm
reason
so
why
confused.
SK is because we were trying to reason with him. With the
Yeah,
fucking
exactly. Because
government stuff.
we added him to the
Mhm.
group after the
Nightbreed,
debate.
the reason you were in there is because Southpaw tried to reason with you over fucking part of it too. You
Yeah.
initially debated him in the same manner that I did.
Yeah.
You strongest
I'm just.
tried new method of trying to
Fucking-
talk to people first.
What?
Fuck
Do
off.
you
You can
think
be
I? Do you
disingenuous all
think
you
I?
want.
Do you think we really wouldn't? Do you think we wouldn't be okay with this method, but still like constantly have discussions among us and debates like between each other? Like fucking SK and we debated Eternals after he watched it, and it's like there's no love lost. Like we still are friends, and it's fine if we disagree. And it's like we're just trying to see each other's perspective, and that's the same thing you, I guess, were trying to do. It's just with people that we thought were pointless, such as Replica and Arclaw. Like those two are useless. You talk to them. I don't understand what the point is, but
See,
such weird double
CVs in
standard.
chat. CVs in chat saying, "Oh God, it's SK. This podcast is really falling off, motherfucker. It fell off when you became a host. Get the fuck out of here,
But like,
CV. Ugh.
I know Nightbreed's
Go
line.
cry over the Batman trailer again.
Oh, actually, this is stupid because this came out even after the fucking debate we had with Madcap. That
Yeah.
Oh,
Madcap
yeah.
is someone who didn't like me. He did not like me personally, and then after the debate, we're on good terms.
And
I'm
like,
pretty
this
sure he
is
still thinks
after
the film is bad even, but we argued and we were fine. I don't understand
is
the
af-
issue.
This is after the big call we had with Nightbreed, knowing full
Mhm.
well that none of them liked us. And I literally got into conversation with Paragon in a friendly manner till he decided to keep doing what he was doing. Just refusing to listen to me, but there we go. And he knows for a fact I've always gone, I'm happy to discuss anything with anyone for any amount of time. I
Mhm.
don't care. I have said that on record to Nightbreed, and we have done it with Nightbreed. And it's also funny that during the whole when Tin had the Anno drama, Nightbreed saw me trying to reason with people. I don't.
We constantly try to reason with people. Fucking someone in Southpaw server that I find really annoying and I find hold really bad views. Yesterday or 2 days ago, I literally talked to him, change his mind because he made a false claim about SK. It's just, and it took 5 minutes. I was like, yeah, no, it's fine. Like the discussion literally ended with him saying, I don't. I never thought it was an issue from my perspective. Just want to make understand your definitions. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense to make sure we're consistent. And then he, responded to me with a thumbs up, and that was it. After we had the discussion, someone who I don't like, they genuinely don't like that person. We had a civil discussion about. I don't understand what how you can actually say this. Like we've constantly we've constantly been open to hearing out other sides of discussions with people who hold different views from us.
Yeah, I'm literally in the EFAP server. Most of the thing I do is discuss other perspectives on our podcast or views, so then it could be improved. I've always had that position. This isn't new.
Yeah, remember the fucking Falcon Winter Soldier streamer we got voice and radio in that was in chat? We got him into the call to talk to him because we disagreed with him with a certain point, and then we had that discussion.
Yeah.
We've done this. Like Thought and I have debated Sandhill as well. Not only Madcap, we debated Sandhill on TASM 1 and 2 quite recently. Hear out his side, and we're fine. I am on good terms with Sandhill as far as I know. So I'm confused.
I debated Borgie on One Division.
Oh yeah, both of us debated Borgie on One Division. Yeah. If we weren't willing to hear all other sides, we wouldn't have these discussions like SK in fucking in ECUM 5 debating Spider-Man 2, SK in Chronos. It's like, yeah, we would. If we didn't actually want to have conversations with the other side, we wouldn't have them, but we constantly do, and you know this. This is
No,
weird.
but guys, remember that this is just off the top of his head. He's not scripting anything. It's fine.
Yeah, of course. He's not should be held accountable for not scripting his video and thus
No,
making a poor
no,
video
it's
from.
It's from the heart, you know. It's from the heart.
Of course.
Honestly, to flip this argument onto him, I think someone that has left a group because he didn't see what he wanted particularly, or go the direction he wanted, is less willing to hear out the discussions than the people who are happy with most things that are said in there, and whatever direction it goes.
Well, not just that. He initially left the group chat because he wanted to avoid drama. Now look where we are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Poorly aged things.
This really isn't a video addressed to you. It's just to explain what was going on in my head. Truth is, I just got tired. I just didn't want to do it anymore.
And you've been repeating yourself a lot. It's been 10 minutes. You've said the same thing for like 9 of them. Like, genuinely script this. This video could have been like a third of its length.
Yeah,
The
I
best
could
is that it was longer. He just cut out the parts where he fucked up, and then he redid it.
And I felt like the community that I had been part of for almost a year was shooting itself in the foot. Was going down a path that I didn't want to follow. And in my opinion, they had made it very clear that they didn't want me there anymore. And that I wasn't welcome.
So I want to address this. That's false. I never cared personally if Nightbreed was there or not. I was never in a position I didn't want him there. I wasn't fussed. So I don't know where he's got that from.
I don't think anyone was in that position. Like, no one outright said that they didn't want him there. No one acted in a manner. Oh, if they did, and I just wasn't there to see it, then cool, I guess. But like, I don't recall a point ever where we were just like, okay, we specifically do not want you here. I mean, Southpaw actually re-dragged him into the call, into the group chat, to have him explain himself on why he left. Like,
well, wasn't
clearly,
it after SK DM'd him and was like, man, all this drama has been resolved. I don't understand why you're talking about it. And it's like, oh,
No.
I didn't know. And then Southpaw re-added him.
No, Southpaw re-added him the day he left.
Well, exactly.
It
That's
was
what
like
I mean.
an hour or two after.
He left and then SK DM'd him and then Southpaw re-added him after SK showed the DMs. We were like, oh, I didn't know that. I'm gonna like retract what I said on the tweet.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
Yeah, I think
That might
Nightbreed like quote tweeted and was like, I jumped the gun or something like that. If I recall.
Have we ever tried convincing him that leaving didn't make sense? If we wanted him to leave, we would have gone, yeah, that's fair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you wanted him to actually leave, we wouldn't have, SK, I guess, wouldn't have DM'd you. Like, it's fine. Like, I found you cringe sometimes, but it's like, I love like I wanted you out of the community. There are plenty of people who are cringe and part of this community, such as Tin herself. I'm gonna say her because she's muted, so she can't defend herself.
Coward.
I mean, and it's not even like a thing that's particularly towards Nightbreed specifically. Like, recently we had Blair added. I know nothing about Blair, so I'm not fussed if they're there or not. It's not my group chat, I don't own it. But,
For now.
you know,
For now.
one day Southpaw will leave.
Yes.
Welcome.
But yeah, like, I don't know. I think he got into a position where he overthought things and just never bothered to discuss it.
Mm-hmm. Which honestly, I think it's happened to all of us at some point or other, and things we dealt with in our lives, just overthinking. So it's fair enough, I guess. But this is overthinking to a point where it's like you're.
I mean, I'm trying to make a career out of overthinking things, so I get that.
Welcome.
Same,
So,
but in a different way.
I made a dramatic exit.
You did.
Too dramatic?
Yes.
Perhaps.
Yes.
In fact, maybe. Maybe it actually was. Maybe.
Okay, Nightbreed, was it or was it not? You just went yes, maybe it was again.
Yes.
Which one?
Perhaps. Maybe. I was like, okay. Sure.
We're gonna stick with yes when you.
Maybe I acted too hastily.
Bro, why
I'm
would you?
willing to admit.
But I was gonna say, we're gonna say yes when you left, and it was kind of made a big deal because of stuff you said, and that you said stuff to a person. So we're gonna say yes. Now,
I mean, I'm
we
not gonna say I complained he left because I got my boy Uvu in there for like a month or two. Now we got an advocate in there, so the trade-off wasn't too bad.
yeah, and this is not to condone. No, not condone. This is not to condemn Nightbreed for sending those screenshots. If you want to send screenshots to people, I don't fucking care. As long as it's not like a private DM one-on-one. That's where it depends on context.
Mhm.
But in general, I don't really take issue with that stance. It was when he said he doesn't want to partake in drama, and then he obviously caused it.
Yes.
So you did do a dramatic exit, Nightbreed. It's not a maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're going to love something he says a little later on. I feel like I've been saying that a lot recently. It's just like, oh,
well, the
Jeff,
thing is, we watched 2 minutes in like half an hour. So
Not even halfway in. Ugh.
It actually was. Maybe I acted too hastily. I'm willing to admit that. But it doesn't change the fact. It doesn't change the fact that I still think this community overall is too cynical and hostile. And I just didn't want to be a part of that anymore. Some of you guys are great guys. I'm glad to have spent some time with you all and talking about movies and video games and books and whatnot. And
when? I'm genuinely asking when. You were like one of the least vocal people in that group chat.
yeah,
Do you
he was
mean
the
like
least active.
ECUM in general? Do you mean the Southport cast, Thumbcast? When the fuck did you talk to these people? Please.
Yeah, I think the
Ecom
only
was-
time I talked to Nightbreed for like a long time were films talking
I
about.
mean,
the
I know he
Incredible
was in
Hulk.
the Snyder Cut and I think Suicide Squad Thumbcast.
Ecom wise, he was never in like the servers talking. If he was even in the servers, I don't know. Don't
I
think
don't
he appeared
think he
on our
was in the.
podcast.
No, he didn't. Not on Income, no.
So, and I never really had a proper conversation with him.
Yeah, the most I had is the Incredible Hulk stream he did. They arrived like 2 hours late because I wasn't home. So yeah.
Yeah, we attempted to do that with the Civil War stream, and then I happened, so that wasn't really successful.
Yeah, also it's weird, like
So-
Chrono said, like he's saying that this community is too cynical and hostile, but the anomaly community are just misguided. I think that seems kind of hypocritical
They're
to say.
excessively positive about the prequels.
Mm-hmm. That seems, I don't know, seems hypocritical. Nightbreed to just be like, these people, you're too cynical, you're too hostile. But this other group, this group that I literally told people to kill themselves earnestly, they're, it's just misguided. They're actually good people and you can empathize with them. But, ostracizing people is wrong. Except I'm going to ostracize myself from this community because I think they're bad people or because I think they're too hostile, because they're too cynical. I don't know.
This
Seems
video is just
hypocritical.
the definition of mental gymnastics.
about or talked. Yeah, whatever. Whatever it is that I talked to you about. It was fun, and I wouldn't change it or take it back or anything like that. It was fun, but now it's time to move on. And I hope that you all that are still angry with me genuinely accept the apology that
Why
I
is
do
he
give.
bouncing in his chair?
I
Is he
don't
just
regret
nervous or something?
Yeah, that's usually a sign of anxiety. Yeah.
Thing.
Maybe you should have redoing the
I
video.
actually really don't regret anything. It's just more of to show that I am sorry about the bad things, the things that I should have come to you first on.
So
SK, please stop
SK, yeah,
eating your
it's
meat in the background.
it's also it's echoing from your mic. But anyway, I'm
Yeah,
confused. So he apologizes, but he doesn't regret anything. But also he says that he has done some bad things that he wished he did differently, which means that he does regret it. I'm confused.
Yeah, you can't. Okay, so you can't apologize for something and not regret it. The whole point of apologizing is you regret these things and willing to learn, like that. And also, I'm not. this isn't. If you're meaning an apology in this video, you haven't really apologized. What you've kind of done is go, I partook in the things you did. I'm better for not doing that anymore. That's what it's come across.
You're gonna
at
love
least
the
to
rest
me.
of this video. That's just my copy pasta for the. That's just my copy pasta for this ECUM stream. Is just you're gonna love the rest of this video.
But it's like that's generally what it's been. It's been like I did the same actions as you. I am now better for not doing those actions. I'm sorry for doing the actions you do. Like that doesn't make sense. And this is again why you need a script, Nightbreed, when you're talking about this stuff.
Said first in private before I decided to create a domino effect by revealing information to other people that I thought would be interested, because that's what I'm used to. When I make an enemy or someone goes against me on the internet, my first reaction is to fight back. And it's always.
But I thought you wanted to avoid the trauma.
Well, I think yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, that was his initial.
because he left saying he wanted to avoid the drama, and then he did the exact thing that he just said that he wanted to get away from, which is really, really weird, but whatever. That is a very unhealthy mindset to always try to confront people when they disagree with you or on the other side of some issue. It's like sometimes you can just let it go, which we talked about earlier, so yeah.
Always been like that. It's not much like that anymore. As I said, I kind of lost taste for that kind of thing. But my first instinct is to build alliances with people that are against the people coming after me, and to try to crush the opposition.
That's healthy.
I did it with Paith.
So that's starting trauma,
Jared.
you idiot.
Did it with Kugel. Did it with the Infamous. And then I did it to you. And I'm sorry.
Okay, so there's something else we need to kind of address on a psychological level. And it doesn't help present this as genuine for Nightbreed. If you have done this for such a long time, it's quite hard not only to adapt yourself out of that behavior, it's quite hard to convince people you have changed. Because this seems to have been going on for a long, long time. Bearing in mind he's known us since November.
I want to say March.
March. Because we had the Spider-Man take in November of the year previous. It's a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's been over a year.
Him.
It's been over a year of him doing this stuff. When was his first message? Let me have a look. So I'm generous, but I think it's been like over a year of him doing this stuff.
I can check.
Page 12.
All I need to find is a message from him.
You're in March. 8th of March.
Yeah,
Let's
boy, Shandy on it again.
Or is it the 7th? It might be the 7th.
It was... Well, the first message he sent in the group chat was in February 10th of 2021.
Oh,
He was added
well,
after Serpent was removed, yeah.
And then he's obviously listed many servers before that. So, a year plus is being very generous. And suddenly you've changed. I can't buy a sudden change. I could buy someone trying to improve their way from it, and this is a good first step. But this seems like he's saying, "Oh, I've suddenly changed," and that doesn't sit right.
Mm-hmm.
That's not blaming anyone. I did it. I built the alliance. I went and gathered dirt. It was just a habit for me. I liked YouTube clan wars, I guess you could say. I liked starting fights, and I liked kicking people off, basically getting people kicked off the internet that I didn't like. Not saying that
I don't even think any of us fucking like doing that. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like doing
Like,
what I missed that bit.
If it was a result of something that we did, then I don't think we took issue out of it. But that was never like an immediate goal that we had. So, goddamn, Nightbreed, chill.
I did try to make it a purer mission, if that makes any sense, with this last one, because I didn't want to go back to the old days of Jared and Paith and Cake Vibes, and just reacting every time some idiot said something I didn't like. I wanted to be different. What happened
Very
is
mature.
that about late June, I started going through some self-reflection, and I started changing aspects of my character that I didn't like, or working on aspects of my character that I wasn't a big fan of. I started trying to work out more. I started trying to be a kinder person, because I kind of always been a bit of a cynic. There's no better way to put it. I've always been kind, I guess you could say, kind of an asshole. That was just something I was for a while, and it's just something I found. It was really fun to demean somebody. It was really fun to do that kind of thing to me. It's actually it gives me an adrenaline rush. It's one of the reasons.
Jesus Christ,
This is getting concerning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the hell? Like,
I
I
don't
understand
know
when
what
you're
was saying.
when. I understand having fun taking down bad arguments. I mean, that's, we're literally ECUM. Like, we do like to watch videos that have poor argumentation and, argue against them. Like, I'd say that we all have fun doing it, but you say that you like to take people down, like, that seems way more personal, way more vindictive than just, like, talking about their arguments, rather than just, because you seem like all you want is to, like, this person disagrees with me, let's fucking degrade them and show that they're lesser for it, as opposed to, I guess, tackling what they say. Which, honestly, I'd say we are guilty of doing as well, trying to move on from it, but just say that you took, like, actual pleasure in it, I think that's baffling to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember, like, during the whole Soapy stuff, when I had the evidence, I had to keep contemplating whether, like, this was the right call to make, because obviously the consequences of it.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously where he kept making it more and more public, and he forced my hand in the SK server, I didn't have much choice.
Yeah.
And even then, I still contemplated at the time, was what I did the best decision. No way did I take pleasure in doing that, regardless of the subject. And I get no pleasure in, like, going, ha, you're a fucking retard. Because, like, no. And I think it annoys me if someone is being idiotic or just not thinking clearly. That's not a right phrase, but you get my point.
Mm-hmm.
I prefer when there's, like, a very good debate ongoing with two people on different perspectives being able to word it very well. That's why I enjoy discussions I mainly have with Marcus about media.
Thank you,
Because
Jeb.
we
That's
really get
adorable.
into it. Yeah, I know, shut up, fam. But I really enjoy those kinds of discussions. I hate where it's so one-sided. Because it's kind of doesn't get any fun, and you don't feel like you learn as much. I don't know.
Yeah, I would
This
agree
is
with
really
that.
weird, Nightbreed.
Yeah.
I'm glad you've identified it as wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, like, of all, like, of the discussions I've had, like, one of the best ones I've had was, like, I was arguing with SK about something regarding the lizard in TESM 1. And it was very rational discussion we had, and we came to the conclusion that SK standard simply is different from mine, how far we want to infer something. And the conclusion was, like, yeah, no, SK disagrees with me because he thinks that his standard, because his standard doesn't, allow for such an inference that I was making, where I thought the inference was fine, and then we were like, yeah, agree to disagree, and that's, that's okay.
Mhm.
I thought the discussion went really well, but as opposed to just being, like, constantly sniping at each other, fucking insulting each other. It's just very rational. It's like, yeah, I remember that discussion fondly, or how the discussion with Sandhill went when we debated TESM 1 and 2. Me and Thought debated him. Like, these discussions that show, like, a person actually, attempting to be rational as opposed to just, trying to curb stomp someone in a debate or discussion. It feels way better than, just, I guess, what you were saying, try to take down people and taking pleasure in it, which is part of a big issue that I have with the way that EFAP conducted themselves in debating Thought and I in EFAP 112, and especially that clip that SK tweeted of Rags being extremely condescending to thought theater, being like, listen to yourself, do you really want to finish what you're saying? Because that doesn't seem like, proper debating, but it's more the kind of thing that Nightbreed said he enjoys doing. So, yeah.
Mhm.
So it gives me an adrenaline rush. It's one of the reasons I enjoy it so much.
Damn.
But I didn't want to be like that anymore.
That's good, at least, that you learn to grow from it, I guess.
I started changing parts of my life. I started trying to look at things in a more positive light, in a better light, rather than the world sucks and everything is horrible. It's like, well, maybe things aren't that bad. Maybe things can be better. Maybe I can do things to make my life better rather than complaining about my disposition. Maybe I can actually improve core aspects of my life and actually genuinely fight to make them better, instead of blaming him or blaming the world or blaming the current president and stuff like that.
Just making this political, it just really came out of nowhere. I'm sorry. That was I wasn't thinking he was gonna like mention Biden. Just like, okay, but sure, I guess I can understand the sentiment of just like wanting that you should blame everyone else for issues, and like, no, actually, let me just focus on myself and try to improve. I would say that's way better as a mindset. So at least trying to get there is a good step that Nightbreed is taking. So yeah.
Because yeah, I was a bit of a reactionary, and I was angry and cold and bitter, and I just hated the world. It got to the point where I'm sure some of you I am sure some of you have seen the screenshot of like Facebook posts and stuff like that.
Oh fuck, he mentioned it. I was not expecting that. Okay. Alright, let's see what he says. Let's see.
Like a year ago. It's like, yeah, I'm not really like that anymore. Because I've been just working on myself, and I just found out that one of the poisons in my life was the modern political landscape.
Wait, did he just say he's not like that anymore?
He did.
Yes.
Well, but then why did
you.
Yeah, but why did you ask SK what the issues were with his argumentation then? That would mean that you don't recognize the issues, but you just said that you do, and that you're not like that anymore.
Like, he outright asked me for examples for what's wrong with what he said.
Yeah,
In fact, I think Comic Legend did too. He was like, "Oh, what was wrong with what Nightbreed said?"
Yeah, there's a lot wrong
Yeah, I'm
with
not
that
buying
statement
this. I'm
about
sorry.
Black Lives Matter. I'm sorry, Nightbreed, but I don't buy this. I agree with the sentiment that like focusing too much on politics can definitely be draining on a person, and me getting away from like talking about politics has definitely helped me mentally as well. So, but I don't think that is who you are from the behavior I've seen, especially just the fact that you went to a SK to ask what was wrong with what you said, as opposed to just being like,
stand by that anymore.
yeah, all you needed to do was quote tweet SK screenshot of the Facebook post and be like, I don't stand by that anymore. Then that would have been that. So I don't know. It's strange to act the way you have and just say that you don't stand by it anymore. It seems contradictory.
Either you're being mentally inferior, or this is untrue.
If you can ignore that, please do. Most of the information that you find on the news and stuff like that is utterly useless, and just means to basically put you in a constant state of stress.
I mean, sure.
Just don't pay much mind to it. Like, maybe look at it every now and then to stay up to date, but please don't obsess over the ideological war going on in politics right now. Don't obsess over that. It's a good way to lead you down the path to hell, in my opinion. And when I mean hell, I mean like a self-made hell.
This is overly melodramatic, but I agree with the sentiment. So,
I do want to address one thing as someone who does a lot of research into politics. If you don't know what you're doing, don't go down the fucking rabbit hole. And I don't think Nightbreed knew what he was doing at the time. But if you you've got to tread carefully because otherwise you go down the wrong route or you end up in this huge mess. And
Yeah, I
if you don't
think
know how,
it's a very easy gateway to just
yes,
confirmation bias your way into confirming that your beliefs are the correct ones, and the other side is just utterly retarded.
pretty much. Whereas
No, we don't use that word anymore. We use mentally inferior.
Mentally inferior. I'm sorry, that is true.
it's like when I see people on Twitter get into like an ideological bout about vaccines or whatever, and I'm like, why you care what politicians say about the vaccinations? Care about what the science is saying, and then make your decision based on that.
Yeah.
Politics are there for agenda. Science exists irrelevant of agenda.
TSV said, "This makes me think this is damage control rather than genuine response as apology." I agree.
That's what it feels like, yeah.
I do think some of this is genuine, but I think also a lot of it is damage control, or it's trying to go, I want to appear better than these people.
Well, let's
That's
just
what I'm getting.
look at the time period in which he left, and look at what his motivation for being with our group was in the first place. He's admitted that he kind of used ECUM and Southpaw and Thumbcast as a means of getting closer to EFAP. When did he leave? Like, do you guys remember what specific date or event happened before he actually left the call or left the group?
It was
Gotta ride with a trickster and a javelin man.
yeah, it was after the Terriers watch party, and then
Yeah,
Southpaw had
not
call
even-
with Mahler.
Not even the bad stuff that happened later on with the stuff that Southpaw was saying in his server. This was like the initial take, like the very first one. He felt that was too spicy for him, and he decided to leave as a result of that.
Yeah, and he left right after Southpaw said, I just got off a call with Mahler, and, you know, we're in good terms now, or at least, you know, they weren't, like, mad at each other or anything. Yeah, they said the call went fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
You just cut out, Shandy.
that was too much for him. Yeah, I know. I just tried fixing it like immediately. But if we just take into consideration the fact that he used us as a means of getting closer to EFAP, and then he saw that Southpaw was losing his hold on his relationship with EFAP, and he decided to leave as soon as that was happening, makes you really wonder why he left in the first place. Was it actually to get rid of the drama or to stay away from the drama, or was it because he no longer found any value in his stranglehold anymore?
Well, considering he incited drama right after by going to someone about something that Southpaw had said about another EFAP guest, definitely seems like he just jumped onto another bandwagon of like, yeah, I'm gonna go to this community to try to get closer to EFAP. So I don't know.
Like a rat on a sinking ship, he wanted to swim towards open waters before things got too cold or too heated.
It's a weird analogy, but all right.
Shut up.
Yes.
It's not fun. It's not a good thing to get as upset, and I don't care if you're right or left, right? Because I'm more right. My politics are still mostly the same. Like, I still have mostly a lot of the same beliefs, a lot of the same core Christian conservative type beliefs, but I'm just not obsessed with the ideological war, trying to get a one-up on those damn libs, you know, something like that. I'm not obsessed with that anymore because it takes so much time from you. You'd be surprised how much time you burn just worrying about stuff that's just out of your control.
I definitely agree with this sentiment, but I don't know. I just don't understand how this became like super like about politics. You already said this already. Just move on. I don't know. Seems like you're wasting time at this point. To be fair, he does repeat himself like a gazillion times in this video so far, so not unheard of, but whatever.
Like, there's nothing I can do about it. So what I can do, I can get smarter. I can start working on my attitude, on my bad attitude, and I can start working on my health.
Yeah.
So that's what I started doing. That's why after about June, July, I started mellowing
So my question for you, Nightbreed, if you're working on
Nice
your
pause frame.
health, if you're working on your health, especially mentally, because that's the key thing, why haven't you? Why has it taken you till recently, actually, to block people? Why have you still engaged from June onwards?
Yeah, again, I do not understand. It seems counterproductive to what he's saying.
Mellowing out. I wasn't going all gung ho on people just because they said something. I started
Okay.
using Twitter less and less and less, and now I don't even have a Twitter anymore. I just deactivated the account. Garbage website. Don't use it. I'd highly recommend getting off Twitter.
Yeah, I agree with that. There was a time where I went off Twitter for a week or so after getting back. It's like, yeah, no, I'm just stop arguing with people. Then a few months passed and I'm back to the same place I was. And again, this week I'm taking a break from Twitter because, yeah, it can get a bit much and it's hard to, I guess, control yourself when the site is designed to get a reaction out of people, which would be very reactionary. So I understand this mentality. Obviously, you know, it is on you ultimately if you can hold yourself from doing that kind of shit and just you know, you can continue using Twitter positively. So yeah, I don't know.
I'm not a pussy, so I'm fine.
No,
If you
Jeb doesn't remove himself from Twitter. Twitter removes Jeb.
Yeah.
That's what it gets to, yeah.
recommend getting off Twitter. If you have to use a social media platform, literally use anything but Twitter. Okay, Twitter is an app.
Okay, no, don't use Facebook.
Yeah, I was gonna say Facebook is worse than Twitter.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
if you want to use social media, the two I recommend is Signal and Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Absolute hellhole. But regardless, I went on a bit of a tangent. I digress. I just started mellowing out. I started becoming less concerned with beefs and fights and stuff like that, and started trying to be more concerned with talking things out and trying to make the one side understand the other, which is one of the reasons I made that post when EFEP's Terriers take came out. Was, guys, let's calm down. Let's not actually do this. You know, let's not go to war over this. Let's not.
But it wasn't a war. We were just discussing terrorists. They were doing exactly what you wanted them to do by that point. 'Cause that was ages ago. That was when it all started. That happened was that Southpaw found the arguments from EFEP to be bad, but then they discussed in a call the issues they had with one another, and it was resolved. So I'm confused here. It's not like the fucking actual war was happening. It's just people who disagree, which happens constantly with EFEP and its guests.
Disagreement day.
And if you want to go events up to this video, a war still hadn't happened by this point, and most of us are uninvolved. Like the terrorist thing, I have no involvement.
Mm-hmm.
Overreact, we could make things worse. That was the reason, was because that was the way that I was trying to do things. And in the process I overreact, and people could be like, that's a hypocrisy. It is.
Okay.
Got me there. It is hypocrisy.
Please notice how smug he looks when he says this.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you got
How
me.
happy he
I
is
am
with
indeed a
himself.
hypocrite. Thanks for acknowledging.
I shouldn't have. I started giving dirt, I don't know what better way to say that, about certain people to other people, because I felt like I wasn't welcome in that community anymore, and I needed to get out before the ship sank. That's how
Oh,
I
shit.
felt.
Wait, so he just
So he
So
did the
not-
exact thing that Shandy said.
so not only did you decide to leave, you deliberately decided to cause shit for the people you left. Why?
I don't know either. You don't need to do that. Where
What?
you can just stop talking to certain people if you don't want to associate with them anymore.
You guys remember when
think-
I said that you're going to enjoy the rest of this video, like the
Uh-huh.
last 12 times I said it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. This is the rest of the video. Well, there are there are definitely people who like you should just talk to me, and it's like I just stopped talking to them. because I didn't want to involve myself with them anymore, but I didn't like drop dirt on them or try to do anything like that.
Most sane people don't.
True, but
They
as
don't
we know,
immediately
Nightbreed does like
call-
to he does get an adrenaline rush from curb stomping people. So
Like Nightbreed, if you're generally watching this right now, please, I think you need to seek some form of help for underlying issues, because you've just outlined a few certain things. You use people for your own games. You've done that for a long time. You've said you get adrenaline rushes out of demeaning people, and your first instinct upon leaving is to drop dirt on others rather than just leaving on good terms. That's not standard behavior or even good behavior.
mhm.
That suggests an underlying problem, Nightbreed.
Before the ship sank. That's how I felt. And I apologize for that. That is a hypocrisy, and it is something I've been trying to mend. Instead of overreacting, and I'm not perfect. I relapse sometimes because it's habit. Once you've spent most of your life being a reactionary, not reacting, ooh, that's hard to do sometimes.
Yeah, breaking
No, I'm
the
not
habit
saying
is hard.
like if your life's being threatened or your honor is being insulted or something like that, or something really major is happening. Obviously, you're supposed to react in some capacity, and sometimes you have to react, I don't know, violently to get things to stop. I'm not saying don't react ever. I'm just saying.
Okay. Oh my god. Okay, you need
Get the
to.
point, Nightbreed.
I get the point, but the way you're phrasing this is terrible. You needed to script this because it seems like you're saying that someone saying some mean shit on Twitter and someone like breaking into your house and pointing a gun at your head are the same thing. Like,
I mean, he refers
I understand
to
what you
people who
mean.
disagree with him. He refers to people who disagree with him on the internet as adversaries, as enemies,
Yeah.
as people who he should destroy. And it's like, that's a little much, don't you think?
I would agree. Fucking hell. Yeah, this is strange.
Start reacting less. Start reacting when it matters. That's what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do, was start reacting when it truly mattered, not when something stupid happened on Twitter.
Okay.
After that, there's a few more controversies I got myself into because I was trying to defend a friend. Couple of friends, actually.
Is this about League Entertainment?
I don't know if this is League. I don't know if this is Paragon. I don't know if this is fucking Studio Devil.
Wait,
It
Studio?
never says who it is. Just an example. I don't fucking know.
Oh, okay. Because the studio's my friend. I was just confused because yeah, I don't know.
I'm gonna assume it's Comic Legend and Paragon. I'm just gonna assume that because that's the only way it makes sense with the context.
We're almost there.
But it does
Um,
it does say a lot about this person that they're so uninvolved to us. We can't even tell if the controversies revolve around us or not.
and I still stand by everything that I pretty much did there. It wasn't for me. In fact, these people could have come after me as far as they did that friend, and like it would just been notifications to me. It would have mattered.
Oh wait,
You-
no, I
you
do
can't-
actually know who this is about.
Okay.
He's gonna tell you in a second.
Oh, okay.
Can't- you people literally can't hurt me. That's how
Okay.
I feel about it. That's
What?
my attitude. It's like,
Hold on.
Hold on, if you don't care, you're making an entire video on it. Please, can people stop doing this? I don't care, but dedicate so much time and effort about the
Yeah,
topic
Anna.
from the people. Oh,
it's like,
fuck
I
me.
mean, what's the most you're gonna do? It's just, the point is like, you guys really can't hurt me. That's how I thought about it. It's like,
You just said that. You could have cut this out. You just said that. I understand that point.
when I mean you guys, I'm not talking to anyone in particular. It's just more just people on the internet in general. They really can't hurt you.
I disagree there. That people on the internet
Tell that
can't
to
hurt.
Soapy, I'm not gonna lie to
Yeah.
you.
I don't know. Weird statement.
That's what
All they can
I just realised I saw a friend, and that's not to be a threat, Nightbreed, don't worry. But if people on the internet can't hurt you, can you tell that to Paragon, please?
Yeah, I feel
yeah.
like you're directing this life lesson to the wrong fucking people. I mean, that
Yeah.
Paragon literally had like a fucking panic attack because people were talking shit about him on the fucking internet when he was on holiday. Seriously.
Can you like direct this to Paragon, not at us? Because I don't give a shit what people say, like really in controversy. I really don't. But you know, and also he clearly does care what you say to it, because as soon as I DM'd him, he DM'd me. He would have blocked me or something if he really didn't care. So there's a level of engagement there.
Yeah. I am confused.
Like, oh, they can insult your honor and
so
your intelligence, and they can
confused.
insult all this, but unless you truly believe those things about yourself, how is that even going to affect you? Oh, you're an idiot. Well, if you are confident in yourself and know you're not an idiot, well, that shouldn't mean anything to you, right?
Yes.
Because usually when people are insulted, when people are offended, they're only offended because they know in their mind, they feel like some aspect of what is being said is true.
Oh, hold
I
on.
think
no.
it's the opposite. If someone
No.
insults me, I'm gonna be offended if it's untrue. If it's true, I'm just gonna take it as constructive criticism. I think this is kind of
I
the
don't-
opposite mental attitude
Okay,
you
Brazilian.
should have.
Like, if someone generally insulted me on my sexuality and I get upset, am I suddenly this thing to Nightbreed? I don't understand.
Yeah, like if someone
Like, do I
sa-
believe I'm this thing?
yeah, if someone says like
Keep in
that you're
mind what
bi
is said in
simply
this
because you want to
Facebook
have
post.
sex with anyone, it's like wow, that is insulting because it is untrue. You respond to that. If someone said that you're bi because you don't care what gender someone is, that's not an insult. That's just the truth. And you're gonna be like, okay, it's like that's the difference. Like I don't understand. I'm confused.
Like-
I'm very confused.
Like, when Soapy called us harassers and I got annoyed at that, am I suddenly a harasser? Or when Soapy... Okay, well, Soapy is a pedophile, but if Soapy got called a pedophile and he wasn't one, and he reacted, is he now suddenly a pedophile? Because
Well, I mean, we could easily just go to Chase as an example when he
Mhm.
was given shit on Twitter for being a pedophile when he isn't. I mean, he took offense to the Twitter mob coming after him, and he took offense to people who were calling him a pedophile on Twitter. Is Chase not suddenly a fucking pedophile according to Nightbreed's logic because he took
Yeah.
offense to something that he knows isn't true? You
Yes.
retard.
Yeah, this is stupid. Well,
You idiot.
this is insane. Fucking
Nightbreed,
what?
I'm going to give you some very good life advice. Never become a therapist or, like, an advisor, please. You're...
Man,
He's going to refer to his patients as his mental inferiors.
mentally furious.
like, each time you're trying to say something profound, there's like a massive hole in the logic.
Jaden Smith moment.
And if you know it's not, there's not really anything someone trying to shit talk you can do.
There is. Dude. If other people believe it, they're
Well,
gonna
what's-
believe mistruths about you. They're gonna believe false things about you, and that's the issue. That your public perception would be tarnished if people aren't insulting you about things that aren't true.
I mean, like, even look at, to put how big this gets, PewDiePie got called a Nazi and everything, and that caused an adpocalypse, and he took personal offense to everything. He's not actually a fucking Nazi.
Yeah, the offense was
doesn't
that
hate the
people were
Jewish.
lying about him.
Exactly.
I mean, the most recent PewDiePie-related drama is probably to do with the Christchurch shooting. Where I live, I was there when that happened. During the whole entire debacle, the guy was basically... Well, sorry, it wasn't
Oh,
while
yeah, I
he was
remember
doing
that,
it.
yeah.
It was part of his manifesto.
Yeah.
In his manifesto, he said, subscribe to PewDiePie and a few other related things that people then associated with things like Gamergate or neo-Nazism and stuff like that.
Mhm.
So because of the actions of one person in a country, like, you know, halfway around the world that PewDiePie had never visited or he had no sort of relationship to, that caused him to basically stop the subscribe to PewDiePie movements in order to beat T-Series.
Mhm.
So it's kind of like, the reactions of one person can affect the reactions of other people. This is the internet we're talking about. This is a very interconnected world that we're sitting in right now. Just because you have this belief doesn't necessarily mean it's true.
Even apply it to us with the EFAP drama, with the way it was phrased on the criticisms of EFAP, people were getting misconstrued statements. And we're like, SK is the biggest out of us lot, but we're, in the grand scheme of things, very small. It can happen to anything. So.
Indeed. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't.
I just called down that my inner Jared Genis is. You know what I'm saying? You know.
Very odd person to compare yourself to, Nightbreed. Not gonna lie.
Maybe I'll tell that story.
He's a pedophile, Nightbreed.
But I just wanted to defend a friend was all I was trying to do in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like he was being unfairly maligned. If it was me, I wouldn't have cared, but it wasn't me. It was happening to someone else. And
you
I thought
radiate such white knight energy. Jesus Christ. Fucking hell.
This is definitely Paragon. It's gotta be.
And I thought it was going to dangerous ground where people were.
It's dangerous ground, even though you can't hurt people on the internet.
Yeah, you just said it, dude. People can get hurt on the internet. How's it dangerous? I'm confused. Nightbreed, I'm confused.
And because I'm assuming this is Paragon, I'll probably get proven an idiot later. I doubt it, but you know. Paragon literally went, I'm not going to block people because of my principles. So I'm sorry, any problems he's having from people, he has caused it on himself by this point.
He also said that he wasn't going to mute a server where people were spamming him because it goes against his principles. And it's like, what the fuck are you on about? What kind of principle do you have?
Stupid.
Yeah, he told a server of like a few hundred people to stop pinging him because he was too lazy to. Oh shit, my mouse is broken. Never mind. Because he was too lazy to just mute the server and just prevent people from pinging him. He wanted half a dozen people that were pinging him to stop instead of just taking the action into himself, which is really dumb.
Yes.
Nightbreed and Paragon, you guys are dumb. No way else to say that.
Yeah, it's like if you know they're not going to stop, it's then unfortunately, reality is it's on you to take the action. Paragon wasn't willing, therefore, part of the blame has to then go on to him. If he then gets harassed or whatever after taking those measures, then there's nothing else he could do.
Yeah, it's the thing that we were talking about yesterday, which is putting an element of separation between you and the harassment that comes after you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, sure, you're not necessarily stopping the harassment, but you're stopping your connection to it, which ultimately has a net benefit on the way people perceive you.
Yep.
Pretty much.
It was happening to someone else. And I thought it was going to dangerous ground where people were posting pictures of one guy's house and stuff like that.
Oh,
yeah.
So it is.
Oh,
so it's about okay.
Yep.
So
yep.
Who's gonna want to address this? I guess.
I might as well because I had to speak to Nightbreed about this.
All right.
So this ended up being whatever it's called effect, where what happened was Taco.
Oh yeah, don't mention whose address it is, by the way.
Yeah, I won't say whose house it is. Taco put someone's house on Twitter saying that's a cool house, and I don't agree with that action.
I don't either.
Personally, but Nightbreed obviously took issue because they know the person who it was, and they told me who it was, and I assume they've told others. And they made the claim it was doxing. I've had to explain this is morally something no one gets, but this isn't doxing because you can't tie the person to the house. If we just post any house from Google Maps or something, by your logic, this is doxing. I think they agree on that principle. But anyway, the problem is because they drew attention to it, and who it was, people ended up knowing who it was. If they had just left it,
It's a Streisand effect, and that you
yeah,
mentioned.
Streisand effect.
Yeah.
If they had just left it, that this was a house picture, no one would know who this ties to.
Yeah, I didn't know when I
They
saw the
even-
tweet originally, and then people were like, "Oh shit, this is X person's house." Like, oh okay.
To
Imagine
put it
being
this way-
nade on so hard that you accidentally dox the person that you're trying to help.
Yeah, you like Nightbreed. I don't think you've realised you were the person that docs. That's how
Yeah, you
That's how
revealed that
mentally
it was
inferior an
somebody's
action you
house.
did.
That's how mentally
Or sorry,
infuriating.
somebody's. You revealed that somebody within your sphere lives in that house. You moron.
Like,
Yeah, that's not smart. To
no
say
one
the
revealed
least.
this but you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, which again, we don't agree with what Taco did anyway, so don't worry
Yeah.
about it. We're not in agreement with posting that picture, but the
Yeah.
the actual doxing doesn't come from Taco.
it's like, and I beg to God, please, Nightbreed, Bulgy and Paragon, learn what doxing is before you make the claim it is doxing. I would see Paragon's involved because Bulgy said it was doxing as well. Doxing requires two elements. One, private information revealed, and the identity of the person. And it also requires a malicious motive, technically, but we'll go those two. We only have one here. You revealed the other. You did the docs.
And
Unlucky Oos.
people were genuinely laughing at the fact that another person was upset by the torment that they were doing to him. They
the
found
Paragon
it
stuff.
funny.
Oh, so
Not,
this
they
is
didn't find
Paragon.
the jokes that they were making funny. They found it funny that he got upset by it.
That
No, that wasn't why I thought it was funny. This one's directed towards me. No, the reason I find it funny is because one, he's complaining about the insults when they're not even insults. They're memes. They're the Luigi Garofalo picture, right?
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
the reason we found that funny that he was getting mad over that is because on the regular he insults people himself. He doesn't actually care about the things he's claiming to care about. I don't believe him when he says it's unacceptable for you to be posting all those memes. Like the fact that he thinks this is any kind of evidence against us, like that's comical. Especially considering he was okay with using memes in response to people being stupid, which is what we did. So I don't get it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
I'm
when
just
I
confused right now.
when I confronted Paragon ages ago about a different circumstance, which I won't get into, he insulted me, and that was fair game to me because I can't remember who insulted too fast, but you know he insulted me, and to see him take a hard stance against insults because it's on him, I find ridiculous. And to be honest, I'm not going to take it that seriously as torment when one, you've literally on record said this is the worst thing in your life.
Also,
Yeah.
just to corroborate
What
what
a
SK
joke.
said, I just found in the I Am Suicide Squad chat an instance of Paragon insulting Snyder fans. I just found one. I didn't have to look far. I just went
Well, I
from
don't even have
Paragon.
No,
to
you
appeal to
really
that. I can
don't.
also appeal to the fact that he tried to publicly insult me over something I said about Diary of a Wimpy Kid. He tried to insult me over that, yet he gets mad when I insult him. Or not even insulting, it's just I post a meme.
Didn't he insult Naira as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't understand.
I mean, he
and
called me Southpaw and SK's lapdog at one point, which I thought was kind of funny. So yeah, he's not above insults.
Yeah, you're not
don't
above
see-
this. Acting
And
like you were tormented, acting like, oh, I'm so upset over this. Yeah,
And-
okay, buddy.
I don't take how seriously it did to you these memes when you don't take any action to stop it. You took zero action, and you do these things yourself. Like
I also just found an instance of Paragon calling Amazing Lucas a retard. Oh, he's
But,
called
yeah.
and a little bitch. Okay.
I know Paragon has done lots of insults, so
Also said, oh yeah, and then he also insults fries with tomatoes by saying that he has a shitty fucking name. That's interesting, isn't it?
I think he insulted me and you over how we dealt with the moderation of him getting pinged in our server.
Mm.
And I was like, well, I defended you, Paragon, but okay.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm not gonna go further in looking at these messages, but yeah, it is stuff that has happened.
That was my issue. And I didn't like that. And not to mention, again, he's my friend. I've only got like 3 real friends. They're not
Yeah,
even
I know
as
you
close
realize
as
how few friends you
as,
have.
like my real life friends, you know, like the people I actually interact with face to face, not through pixels. But still, I mean, I felt like this guy wasn't really able to defend himself, and I could do something.
Nightbreed, there's a block button. Doesn't fucking matter.
He could defend himself. All he needed was to block
Paragon
us.
to use the block button. Teach
Yeah.
Paragon to get off the fucking internet once in a while. Jesus.
Yeah, it's like you were saying that, you know, the ability to just let this shit go is fine. All you needed to do was be like Paragon. Blocking someone isn't a sign of weakness. And to have him recognize that his holding those principles wasn't better than simply just acknowledging that, yeah, these people are annoying me, I'm gonna block them, and then boom, no annoyance anymore.
Yeah, like if your first instinct is to go, I'm gonna go in and defend them, I'm kind of like, well, you're not learning yourself, which isn't helping this video, to be honest, because you're not taking that bit back. So
Something again, because I'm only trying to control what I can do, and I felt like that I needed to do something, so I did. I defended.
Tell him to block.
I defended him. Don't regret that at all. I can't even think of a thing I regret a little bit. I am very confident that I was pretty much in the right in that situation. Regardless,
you are
I want to
lost.
let all that go. I want it all gone. I want every bit of beef, vigor, hatred, whatever you want to call it. I want it gone. I just
That's
want
nice.
Okay.
If you want it gone, why did you get involved instead of telling Paragon to get rid of it? I don't understand.
Well, he's saying, I guess, in retrospect that he wants it gone, but he also says he doesn't regret it, so I'm confused. Do you regret it or not?
I'm so confused.
And why did you make this video if you want it gone?
Yeah, if you want it gone, you just, like, I guess, DM Jeb and be like, you know, oh, that shit, sorry that, you know, it spiraled into what it did. I'd rather we just move past it and, you know, I won't acknowledge you guys, you know, you don't acknowledge me, and then be done with it, I guess. Like, that wouldn't have been hard. You wouldn't have needed to make a 32-minute video that you repeat yourself in for, like, 30 minutes of it.
I just want it gone between us. I don't want this to exist anymore because I don't think it does anyone here any good. Do you really think it does any of you any good that may be watching this video? Do you think it's really doing any of us any good?
I don't know. I
Plus,
made TSV laugh for like a second, so it's probably doing him some good.
Yeah, I've seen some
to
people
be
in
a
chat
dick.
being pretty entertaining. So. But
To be a dick, we have gained subscribers from doing this at the moment. To be a dick. In all seriousness, it does me good in understanding what you're trying to say, Nightbreed, and then seeing how valid this is to what actually happened. And based on the discussion I had with him in DMs and Borgie, this has been the most in terms of resolving things, at least in my position. So, I'd say it's done good.
yeah.
Not good for you, Nightbreed.
Yeah, the issue I have most is like what you mean to say by what, you know, when you say it, you know, does it do anyone any good? What do you mean? Like, what part of it do you mean? Is the making fun of Paragon? Because I honestly haven't touched Paragon in months. I don't think I'm in a single GC with him. I think I used to be, but like someone left the GC and then he realized that he was still in that GC and he left as well. So now, like, alone. I don't think I've talked to him in a very long time. are we still friends? I think we're still friends in Discord, which I find funny, but whatever. Like, I haven't acknowledged Paragon in a long time. I've never been close with Comic Legend anyway. First time Borgie DM me, what you talk about watching Blight together, and then he just never got back to me when I said, just let me know when you're free. So, of all these people, and you, Nightbreed, you know for a fact that I haven't talked to you in a long time as well. So I think most of us are just not acknowledging these other people, and like, I guess SK makes some memes, I guess, sometimes. But I don't know. It seems like you're making it out to be a bigger situation than it actually is when we haven't acknowledged each other, at least publicly.
I know for a fact that I do not care about anything that's happened. Again, I'm more or less a neutral party on this. The only reason why I bothered to watch this video in the first place is because you guys kind of like asked me to, because everyone else was just busy. So I was like, yeah, fine, I'll watch it. Me and Neb went through this. Neb, I don't know, I think Neb was kind of angry, but not too angry. He seems to be making fun of it more than anything, but I was pissed.
That's just Neb. Neb doesn't get angry.
This video made me angry. Like, it is awful.
And I don't mean this in like a bad way, Nightbreed. I forget you guys exist most of the time. Like when I'm at work, I don't think to myself, Nightbreed's making me seethe or whatever.
I think it's kind of the same way I view Soapy as well. It's just like, not to say that you're as bad as Soapy. Again, it's just clarifying. But it's just like, yeah, you guys exist, and when someone brings you up, I'm like, oh yeah, that is a thing that happened. It's like I'm actively thinking about any of you at any point.
Good to keep some of this going. I mean, like, what's the point? Because it's funny. It's like, fine, but there are other funny things, you know?
Sure.
I like this video. Suggest...
I like this.
Sure.
Just let bygones be bygones. Me personally,
let bygones be bygones.
I've got way better things to accomplish and way better things to do than sit here and argue with someone on the internet over Spider-Man PS4 or No Way Home or The Dark Knight or Arkham Knight or Batman vs. Superman.
Okay, we get you. You can stop there.
Yeah, we get it.
You don't need to keep giving examples. We get the point. You don't need to talk about.
People feel like when they watch me give examples.
No, but your examples usually add to a point.
I don't like this superior attitude to, I don't want to waste my time debating these peasantry films. I get that attitude.
Yeah, it's just like we were saying. It's like, okay, it was just like, I have better things. She was like, yeah, but it just kind of seems like you're looking down on these discussions, so I think they can be very valuable. I don't know.
Or something that I just don't want to do that anymore, and it's a waste of time. What I want to do, and this is kind of like a New Year update, what I want to do, because there's so much cynicism going around, and not just in that small community, but in just the greater film criticism in general, or just just media review.
You do realize that Spider-Man No Way Home came out literally like last month, right? Do you have any idea how much fucking toxic positivity surrounds that fucking movie?
Yeah, hold on, let me hear this again.
Going around, and not just in that small community, but in just the greater film criticism in general, or just just media review and media analysis, I guess would be better.
Okay, you could have cut a lot of this out from your fucking pauses, but I agree. There's toxicity everywhere to be found. That's just how it goes online. I don't. I'm confused.
No, but I don't agree with the stance that media criticism that's negative in scope and negative in nature is automatically toxic, which is something that he seems to be misconstruing over here. He seems to be saying that as long as it's negative, then it's toxic, and I don't want to be surrounded by that. I only want to be surrounded by positivity, which again is not very hard to do. There's a movie that came out literally last month that is like mostly positive at this point. It's like, what, a 98% on Rotten Tomatoes from fans and from critics? Like, fucking everyone loves that movie. Even I like it, and I don't think it's good.
Yeah. I mean, even in the ECUM where we did cover No Way Home, I was the only person who, well, me and Strike, we were the only people in the call who didn't enjoy
You
the
guys
film.
are joyless losers.
Exactly. So as you can see, SK is an example of toxic positivity. But for real, like Strike and I were the only ones who didn't like the film, and even then, I praised the film in a few areas. Like there's things should be viewed as positive. Like I don't know, we've defended people on Twitter as recently as this week for simply enjoying No Way Home, like with Brown Table just wearing his Spider-Man suit, chewed the film. It's like, yeah, good for you. You're enjoying it. It's fine. Like, if people can get enjoyment out of the film, good for you. I can't. It's different sort of, I guess, experiences. This doesn't mean that, like, I still think the film is really shit. I don't understand how that's toxic. I don't know. Like, being negative about media isn't inherently toxic. It's this fucking Arkham Knight is a game that SK and I really like, and don't think it's like well written. This is like for the most part, it's fine. Fucking, I like Spider-Man PS4 and Miles Morales. I would praise them in certain areas. The writing isn't good. It's like, I don't know. It seems weird to just be like it's completely toxic and negative all the time.
Also, I disagree that because he also seems to be painted as if most of media analysis is this way, but I see most of it more positive. And if you're negative, or quote unquote more negative, you're more shunned for that.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
just
I mean,
look at the
the
reaction I
entire-
got for my video on the No Way Home trailer or my video on Shang-Chi. Those are my most disliked videos, and the amount of quote retweets I got on that when I posted it is fucking insane. Yeah.
I mean, the reason why EFAP in general exists is because people found that there was way too much positivity in media criticism, that they wanted to like even it out and focus more on actual like discussion
Substantive
points
criticism,
and substantive criticism.
yeah. Mhm.
Like, I don't understand Nightbreed's understanding of media criticism on the internet, because sure, there might be a lot of cynicism, but a lot of it is a response to the overly simplistic, toxic positivity that we're seeing spreading around like a fucking cancer.
Mhm.
It exists.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
let's say in High Top's Daredevil video, which it actually is not a video I would consider bad, but in that video is like, oh, if you think that Daredevil was boring or too slow, you're objectively wrong. And I was like, well, that is toxic positivity, isn't it? And that's the kind of thing it's like, no, if you find it boring or find it, too
Was
slow,
he
it's
joking
fine.
when he said that, to be fair?
No. When he after someone posted that clip on Twitter, he was like, I don't stand by it anymore. That was like,
okay.
yeah, it was like, oh, that's
Which is fine.
yeah, it was like from an older video. I've changed a lot since then, so I don't stand by it anymore. Which is, yeah, like Shandy said, it's completely fine. Point being is just that when you say something like that, that is, the type of toxic positivity that, you just kind of get away from, the same way of being like toxically negative as well, where you just can't allow for people to enjoy things, which is something that I think a lot of the community does in a way, and it's what people accuse us of being, and sometimes it can be true, of being like, you're stealing people's feelings. Obviously that's an exaggeration, but sometimes there are people who are like, man, I you shouldn't like this because of this and that. It's like sometimes people just like things, and if you want to point out criticisms, at least don't be a dick about it. And the same way where if you're praising something, just don't be a dick about it. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I literally got shat on and outraged from my Spectacular Spider-Man take. Fucking clowns.
There's too much cynicism in my opinion. And I'm not saying like only talk about, the things you like and shut up about everything else. I'm not talking about that. That's a garbage take. That's not what I mean. I'm not talking about
Thank you for the counter towards the straw man that you made.
that.
Very cool.
That is like a really stupid thing to say, in my opinion. Is
I
like,
agree.
you only focus on the things. Only focus on saying good
Focus
things
on
about
editing.
stuff.
I agree.
And shut up about everything else.
Okay,
It's dumb.
move
That's not
on.
what I mean.
Move
I just mean that, in my opinion, that
Will you get to
being
the point?
overly
So, okay.
That's not the most flattering
In
screenshot.
my opinion,
Like this
that-
just comes across as him like saying, "Oh, you can criticize something negatively, but only if it's something that I agree with. Otherwise, you're being too negative." And it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
being overly cynical is also a bad thing.
I mean, I agree, but you need to define what being overly cynical is. Is our No Way Home stream overly cynical? And is EFAP's fairer because they gave a higher fucking rating for the film, even though I'd say we covered the film
Too
more
high.
fairly? I don't know.
And I think you need to
You
balance it
spoon.
out by actually talking about really good things. And in my opinion, since it's such a cynical place, I want to start talking about things I actually enjoy and like, rather than focusing on things that I think are awful, like Star Trek Discovery or something like that, or the new Twilight Zone series.
Wait, hold on.
Right.
No, please, no. I just realized something that he's done now that I criticize Nerdrotic for doing, and that a lot of people do,
Mm.
and it really irritates me because a lot of people are incapable of liking something that they consider to be bad, and that's something that Nerdrotic was doing a lot in his streams that I was responding to. He was misconstruing the point that Southpaw was trying to make with his arguments for why Batman the Animated Series is poorly written, for why Southpaw thinks that you shouldn't like Batman the Animated Series anymore. These are two different things, but for some reason these people kind of combine these two schools of thought into one specific school of thought. That seems to be something that he's just gone ahead and done. Yeah, he's gone ahead and he said, I would rather like to talk about something that I like and something that I enjoy, rather than talking about something that I think is poorly written. So,
Oh yeah, I get what you mean. The dichotomy isn't like something I like versus something I don't like. It's something I like versus something that is poorly written.
yes.
Yeah, which
So-
is again wouldn't have happened if you had scripted your video, Nightbreed. But yeah, I get your point now. It's like
Yes.
which again is why we're talking about in terms of enjoying something that is poorly written. It's fine if you do.
Which just makes me wonder, does he still like Civil War? Because I remember during his birthday stream that he said he liked watching Civil War. It was a movie that he enjoyed watching. So my question to you, Nightbreed, if you are watching this, is do you still enjoy it despite knowing that it's not as well written as you once thought? You know, is that something that you still stand by? Do you still like watching that movie? Can you as Gary from Nerdrotic says, can you crack open a cold one and just watch Civil War just casually?
I mean, I have a great time watching The Winter Soldier. I did before the Madcap debate. I rewatched it. I was like, man, this film is so much fun. You know,
I enjoy watching Civil War. I mean, not Civil War. I enjoy watching Winter Soldier a shit ton more than I enjoy watching Civil War.
oh yeah, me too.
I think Winter Soldier is way more fun.
No, for one, it doesn't look all boring and gray, so that already is a big plus.
The music's also better.
It is, yeah.
Well, you know,
Oh no, you mentioned the Winter Soldier music cascade just goes off now.
it's got cool.
State of the MCU. Instead of talking about all that, why don't I actually just, like, because everyone else is talking about that. Everyone else is talking about their gripes with things and why things are poorly written. And
Yeah, and here on ECUM, we talked about Eternals and why we like it on, what was it 3 streams or 2 streams? We talked about it quite a bit, about how we enjoy Eternals. It's, you know, maybe sometimes you are positive too. Maybe you just can't see it, I guess. But I don't know. The entire community isn't like this.
a lot of those people make good points, but at the same time, and I'm not saying anyone's wrong, I'm just saying, why do we never talk about something we kind of enjoy?
Like Eternals, like I just mentioned.
This is-
Or
this
Legion.
is the
Have you heard
part-
about Legion? I've talked about that a few
No.
times.
This is the part of his video that I think I hate
Oh,
the
green
most because
shitters in
he's
chat.
who?
Green shitter.
Who?
Yes.
Oh, right, okay. No, but this is actually the part of his video that annoyed me the most because this is just a blatant lie, and he knows that this is a lie because he was in that group chat with us for a fucking while since February, March of last year until he left in what? August? September?
I'd say
I don't
August.
know when he left.
The terrorist thing
August.
happened in August, yeah.
So during all that time, are you telling me that he just didn't notice Marcus talking about Legion or The Amazing Spider-Man? Did he just not notice me talking about video games that I like The Witcher or Doom Eternal, or movies that I liked just casually?
I'm
At
pretty
all?
certain I actually had a conversation with
manner?
Nightbreed about Red Dead 2 because it was one of the few topics. It was either him, I don't know. I talk about Red Dead 2 a lot with a lot of people because I think it's a fantastic game. But yeah, we praise a lot of shit constantly. I mean, just terriers in general. Fucking, we spent months talking about terriers.
Yeah, everyone praised that.
Yep. I'm so
Mitchell's
confused.
versus the Machine, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse.
Oh yeah,
Guardians
Mitchell's
of the
versus the
Galaxy
Machines.
1 and
We on our Loki stream, we spent the first 2 hours just defending Mitchell's versus the Machines and praising
Loki
it.
is a masterpiece.
Loki is also a masterpiece, so that stream we spent 4 hours praising it. Yeah.
Fuck off. I can't even joke that much.
Fucking What If episode 4. We talked about how that was good even on ECUM.
What if?
You love What If, SK. Shut the fuck
You
up.
just reminded me. No.
Like, Nightbreed, I'm going to be honest with you. It's not really our fault as well that.
no one wanted to talk to you about movies that you liked.
I mean, yeah, that. And that in the period where we did familiarize ourselves, not much came out as they usually would. There was obviously some stellar films, especially indie films, but
Well, yeah, The Father is something we
Jeez.
talked about quite a bit. You even, Jeb, you mentioned that film quite a lot. Every time you're like talking about a
Yeah.
good film, you always cite The Father.
yeah, Sound of Metal, Trial of Chicago 7, The Lighthouse. There was another one.
Well, we did the Best Picture, Oscar Best Picture nominees, ECUM, where we did praise quite a lot of films, like Judas and the Black Messiah, as you said, Sound of Metal, Trial of the Chicago 7. All those films we thought were good. I think the only one we were overly negative on was Promising Young Woman. Oh, and Nomadland. I always forget that film like this. But yeah, I don't know. We've been talking about positive stuff for a while.
Bootnik
I mean-
just told me that Yesh told me that he shat blue the same day he shat green.
For fuck's sake. Thanks for that
I mean,
information,
like-
Bootner.
In June, I was non-stop talking about Ratchet and Clank, and then at the end of last, 2020, not last year, I was all about Crash Bandicoot. I don't understand.
Yeah,
I'm
I
very
know. We have been positive about a lot of stuff. I mean, unless you don't mean us, but you have to, right? Because you say you distance yourself from the community, and you were, you did that by leaving the GC you had with us. I don't know.
It's like, why do we have to focus on why certain things are so awful? Like, I just got through watching the Deer Hunter recently.
You're repeating yourself now.
What a incredible film.
Okay.
Was really engaging.
Okay, that
Thank
is
you, but I don't.
yeah, that is
Okay.
yeah, that's kind of irrelevant to the entire point. But like, we talk about things that we dislike usually because either we want things to improve or simply because we want to let out our frustration, and it is cathartic to do so. That's what I thought about the No Way Home stream. I thought it was very cathartic to put out like pretty much all the issues I had with the film because I really don't enjoy it, and I felt it was, man, it's good to just lay all these issues out and be like, yeah, this is why I don't think this film is good, and this is why, it annoys me watching it. Like, it's not some shit where I'm like wanting to take pleasure in seeing bad things, because I don't. So I don't know. I think his view of us is way too cynic, and he's kind of projecting his cynicism onto us. If that makes sense.
Was really one of the most emotionally taxing movies I think I've watched in a while. It's a very hard movie to watch, but it was excellent. I would rather talk about the Deer Hunter
Good for
than
you.
talk about why WandaVision sucks.
Good for
Than
you.
talk
Okay,
about
thank you.
why
I don't
Falcon and the
care.
Winter Soldier is terrible, or why Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek.
Oh yeah, Falcon and
get
Winter Soldier,
it.
that show that we actually did defend on ECUM. Right.
are awful.
Get it.
Lower Decks is terrible and all that. I just
Okay.
would rather talk about
We get
literally
it.
anything else
We know.
Then
than
do.
why I think certain things are bad at this point, because everyone else is doing that. It's making me cynical.
we
It's
know.
making me
You said
focus on only what was terrible.
It's making you repetitive too.
Mhm. If you want to focus on the good things, then talk about the good things. That is good for you. We here on ECUM don't shy away from talking about the good or the bad.
Also, it's like I was just thinking of this because Fat Tax Spider-Man. Like, what about the things that we entered thinking that, like, hearing that they were good? That would count as well, because obviously we had the intentions of going in because we want to experience what people thought were good media.
Mhm.
Obviously, we came out that it was bad, but that'd be another example.
Again, I just think this comes down to him not wanting to discuss bad media with us specifically, because a lot of the time it's media that he wants considered to be good. Again, just looking at the Civil War discussion, that's probably the reason why he wants to quote unquote avoid negativity. It's because it affects movies that he thinks are good or TV shows that he thinks are good. That's it.
I suppose.
And I'm not blaming anyone for this, because
I
again,
think you are.
it's my outlook, it's my problem.
Oh, but you are. You're saying we're too cynical. You definitely are shaming us. Unless you think being too cynical is good, but you definitely don't, because that, like you said, from your outlook, it's definitely not what you think. You think it's bad.
You know, it's me.
You think it's unhealthy, actually, as you worded it.
I just want to start talking about things I think are cool.
Then
We
do.
get it.
Nobody's stopping
We know.
you. Fucking my channel. I'm working on a Legion series. I have been for ages, since 2019. I'm gonna be praising it the hell out of that shit. Utopia, I'm gonna make a video about comparing both shows, because I think one is really good. Like, you can still talk about bad media in comparison to good media, and to show, you know, the failings of one compared to the positives of another. Like, that still happens, even in the communities that you think are overly negative, because we're not overly negative anyway. It's not bad to be negative anyway, so.
Things that I personally enjoy and why I enjoy them so much. And I would like to start making my content more focused on focusing more positively and trying to react. Trying not to react to situations rather than
you've
just
told us.
act calmly.
How many times have you said this by
you've
this
told
point,
us.
Somebody
Nightbreed?
says something or calls me out on something to not
You already
on
said this
stream
like
match.
20 minutes ago.
or try to cause the downfall of their career or something like that, or call them an idiot or something. I don't want to do that anymore. You can do that if you want. I'm not saying you're a
Okay.
lesser man than me.
I don't even
because of
think
that.
we
It's
did
just,
that.
as for me,
I don't think we ever had a
My-
time period where we wanted to cause the
Hold on.
downfall of someone's career.
I'm
Yeah.
not saying you're a lesser
Really
man. If you,
disingenuous.
I'm not saying you're a lesser man if you do that. You've literally shut on people for doing that and saying how you've bettered yourself in not doing so.
You just said it's
Mm,
unhealthy as well
I-
to do so, so you definitely do think it's lesser.
Like, but what is your position, man? Like,
Jeb, you know I'm gonna do it, man. You know I'm gonna say it. You're gonna enjoy the rest of this video.
6 minutes left. We can
It's-
do it.
it's like there's so
Oh,
many
you think?
active contradictions.
my personal growth would be better for me as someone who claims to be about, you know, Christianity and mercy and grace and stuff like that, to actually practice.
Yeah, well,
Mercy
here
and
at Cobra
grace.
Kai, we don't care about mercy. No mercy.
Also, again, this is
sure.
coming from someone who
Ridiculous.
recorded someone without their consent and then posted that video unlisted on the YouTube channel and then sent the links to several other people so that we could go make fun of that exact same person that he recorded without their consent. And he did this multiple times. This is the same person who's trying to say, I'm trying to practice more good faith Christian values. Keep that in mind.
Just real quick, because we got a super chat from, is it Tenebris Rising? I think so. I'm loading fucking, it is.
Yeah, I hate him.
Oh, yeah, and he said, I want Shat Green, so that's good. I'm glad you told us that. Thanks very much.
Wonderful.
Wunderbar.
Just something I believe. I'm not gonna hold anyone else to this standard because it's my standard.
Okay.
Me. That's what I
Thank you
I
so
myself.
much.
You
Yeah.
say you got. We know you've said that fucking 10 times at this point.
I would suggest the standard, highly suggest the standard, but I'm not going to tell anybody what to do.
If
That's
you would
so
suggest it, then you think it is
great.
better,
That's so
don't you think?
great. It's
Okay.
so great that you've told us this at least 10 times.
Okay, but if he's suggesting it, doesn't he think it's a better way of viewing things than doing things than the way we're going by it? Which does mean that he actually does want other people to hold this
Well,
standard.
listen to the language that he's using. You know, good Christian faith values. Talking to someone
Pretentious.
before shutting them out. You know, avoiding wanting to ruin people's lives. You know, this is the kind of language that he associates with us and what we're doing.
Mhm.
So of course, you know, this is the kind of thing that we need to argue against, because this is the thing that he seems to associate with us.
Mhm.
But as for me, ever since I started doing this, my mental health is just better.
Good for you. You
And
said this.
the only really downside of a lot of the stuff that's been happening is the internet drama. I just
You could
don't
have spent
care
this
for it
entire
anymore.
video
I
working
wasted
out
way too much
instead.
time worrying about what other people on the internet think about me, and rather than trying to focus on actually improving and becoming a better person.
You've said this.
Honestly, I'm tempted to just quote his head, like he keeps repeating, but I could summarize this video in 5 minutes. If I were to make this with a script, I'd be like, Rita Drama made this is what my aim is, this is the channel going forward, bye. 5 minutes.
Yeah, this video could have been 5 minutes long, honestly.
Yeah. Kronos just said, why are his arguments so intellectually inferior?
And they're mentally inferior, yeah.
He's been around Paragon too long.
Which is why this year I am making a lot of changes. 2022 is going to be very different for me. I'm
Okay.
going to start cutting back on a lot of stuff that I
We
would have
know.
typically done that were just kind of a waste of time. I'm going to start
fucking know.
playing less video games. I'm going to
Wow.
Not the video games.
That was not what I expected after 28 minutes of saying that his issue was internet drama. Then he's like, you know, I'm gonna stop playing video games as much. That was not the outcome I expected. But if you think that takes up too much time from your life, sure. There definitely was a time in my life when I got like genuinely like addicted to FIFA, and it took a lot of time out of my weeks. So sure, I guess. I don't know.
start watching movies less. Start using the internet a lot less.
Watch movies less.
Except for when I'm making videos like this, because I do want to come back to YouTube, and I just want to make positive content that I'm more into, at least more positive. Kind of describe some of the do the same thing that the objective crowd does, but just rather than describing how a certain piece of media doesn't work, describe a good piece of media, and then
You mean like we do
go into-
anyways to differentiate the bad media from the good media?
Yeah,
We
and
need the thing that
he just said that
we've
the
been
objective crowd doesn't do
already.
that because he said, but, you know, do what the objective crowd does, but not criticizing it. But it's like, no, the objective crowd, and I assume you'd put us in that, even though I don't think any of us would say that objective quality is a thing, but whatever.
No.
You're putting us in that crowd, and we definitely do talk about that a lot. Okay, the last video I made like a week ago, right before you posted this video, was me praising Legion. 10 minutes of me praising Legion.
I mean, Mauler's probably the paragon of objective criticism at this point, and he's also got 2 videos praising movies that he thought were excellent in some aspect or in some regard on his channel. They recently just had a stream on EFAP where they were talking about 2 different properties, Train to Busan and what's the other one? Squid Games, that they thought were excellently crafted. So I don't quite understand this mentality that you have where you think that you now need to be the counter to this opinion that hardly anyone says that they don't have. Hardly anyone says that
this is the worst video I've ever seen.
It's definitely the worst one I've seen this year. I'm hoping it
I would agree
stays
with
the
that.
worst one I've seen this year. So
Just go Can only go up from here.
To detail about what makes it so good. That's what I would like to do. That's just me personally. That's just what I want to do instead
Thanks,
of
Nightbreed.
We get it.
instead of this.
Mm-hmm.
The stuff that I was typically doing, where I was trying to tear somebody down.
We get it.
I would like to keep making content.
You already said this.
I don't know how consistent of a schedule I can keep up as of now. I'm gonna have to start coming up
Oh,
with
new
videos.
information.
I do plan on collabing with some other channels that I know, other creators that I think are pretty cool. I just want
ECUM one of them.
I doubt it, Jeb. I'm sorry. I
I can't think of any
I don't think you're
What
gonna could show up in a video of his anytime soon, Jeb. I'm sorry to disappoint.
I'm trying to think of what content creators he could be
Well,
on about aside from comic legends.
Borgie, he has a podcast, doesn't he?
Oh, I forget that exists. No offense, Borgie. I forgot. Paragon. I don't think Paragon has anything.
No, I don't think he ever even wanted to make content. From memory, at least. I don't remember if he did.
maybe do a talking about my favorite books. You know, that's another thing I want to start doing is since I'm playing video games and watching movies and TV and stuff like that less, and I'm gonna start trying to read more, write more, of course. Set aside a time a day to actually write and focus on what matters.
Right.
Start trying to get this channel up off the ground again, in a more positive
Okay.
direction.
Okay,
And
you've said this.
I know it might sound
Right.
cringy, but I would just like to start
It is.
focusing time on trying to do things like pray and meditate. It does wonders.
Thank you.
I'd
Thank you.
recommend it. It does wonders.
That's good.
Thank you.
Good for you.
I would just like to start focusing more time on that because I feel like video games, and it's not just to, because I'm not like anti-video game or anything like that. I just think in a lot of ways, people waste time on those to an enormous degree, and that's coming from someone who loves video games.
I would
right?
also just like to point this
What?
out real quickly. That time you enjoy wasting is not
not
wasted
time wasted,
time.
yeah.
If you are someone who genuinely enjoys playing video games, and I definitely do, I might not read often, and I might not watch a lot of movies or watch a lot of TV shows, but I thoroughly enjoy playing video games a lot of the time. And some of the best stories that I've ever seen in any media have come from video games. So I don't quite understand this perspective that you're now trying to remake again, where I'm going to avoid wasting my time playing video games and instead read books. Which for someone like me, I could easily just point around and say, well, you're wasting your time too. There's a lot of benefit that I can get from a video game that's not necessarily revolving around writing or storytelling. There's things that I can look to that I find incredibly there's stuff that I could find incredibly entertaining that I can't really find anywhere else. Like, for example, Devil May Cry 5 has got some of the best music that I've heard from any genre, and I listen to it fucking constantly. I couldn't find that in a book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, just the fact that you fucking playing video games can improve like motor skills, for example. That is not like useless. I don't know. It seems like whether you're reading a book or you're playing a video game, or you're just doing it simply for the joy of doing it, then either way you're not wasting time. So I don't see how. I guess I need clarification from Nightbreed of what he means in like wasting time, because it seems way too generalized for something that so many people do and so many people take enjoyment from.
Again, this just comes off as him trying to say that he's better than other people because he's not wasting his time playing video games anymore. He's reading, he's being productive.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, for fuck's sake. You couldn't have made this sound any less snobby than you are right now.
Exactly.
Like, fucking hell.
Old-fashioned.
Like it's hard for me to stop playing certain games. Like I love Doom Eternal and I love The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and games like that. I'm really into those games.
You cannot be a fan of Zelda after this video. I'm kidding. At least he has good game taste.
No.
No, he thinks Spider-Man PS4 is good. How dare you? I don't actually know if he's played it. Whatever.
games. Same time, I do not need to be sitting down for 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 hours a day playing video games.
Yet you want to read.
And I would highly suggest you don't either. But that's my New Year's resolution.
Why?
How is this guy planning on reading? Is he planning on reading on a fucking cycling machine or something? Is he going to read while lifting weights? You're trading one hobby where you're sitting down for 3 to 4 to 5 hours with another hobby where you sit down for 3 to 4 to 5 hours. You idiot!
The only difference is that one you're gonna be reading, the other one you're gonna be watching and playing. I don't know.
I'm just gonna send him a DM real quick.
Like, I don't know. I play video games for several hours, or I watch stuff with Kara's one or two, and I'm doing fine my work and uni work. I'm on course with it all.
I don't know, I get
I don't
the most
understand.
enjoyment out of every week just watching shit, especially with my friends. It's just fun to watch stuff.
Like, he didn't need to over-explain the reason why he's reading. He could have just been like, I feel like I'm playing too many video games and I need to start getting into other hobbies like reading. That's it. That's the conversation done. You don't need to say anything else after that point. However, he felt the absolute necessity to explain in detail why he wants to start reading, and it's because I want to avoid wasting time sitting down for 3 to 4 hours. And it's like, you're gonna be doing the exact same thing anyways. It's just now you've changed mediums.
Yeah, if you actually want to not do that, just get Audible, listen to some audiobooks while you're, I guess, doing anything else. Then you're not gonna be sitting down or having to pay attention to the book, because unless you're doing that, you're gonna need to pay. If you want to actually pay full attention to the book, then you're not gonna be able to not be sitting down or lying down or anything like that.
And I'm also going to start exercising more. I've been watching what I eat. I've already lost quite a bit of weight.
Yeah, good for you.
But I plan on losing even more in 2022, and I want to get into shape by 2024. That's my plan.
Good for you.
That's too late, man.
Focusing on politics less as well.
You already said that, like,
and I just
25 minutes ago.
want to be a better person from here on out. So, once again, I apologize for the wrongs that I've committed.
Those you don't regret, right?
I don't know if I'd call you enemies, or I guess adversaries.
Bruh. Maybe just call people you disagree with, people you've had disagreements with. I don't know. Maybe you don't need to call us enemies or anything like that.
It's not some fucking anime shit, please.
It's I don't know. It's over dramatized, I guess. It's not that deep. We're not enemies.
To my opponents that aren't happy with me, I hope we can put this behind us, and I hope both of us can move on, and I hope I
hope you end the video.
Want the best for you. I hope you are blessed beyond measure.
You too.
I hope you succeed in whatever endeavors that you take up.
You too.
Demeaning people on the internet.
I mean, yeah, that is what he thinks we do, yeah.
Who knows?
That is what Jeb does, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll make up in the end, and maybe we could be friends. And if not, that's fine.
Be friends?
I will just move on with my life, and you can move on with yours. I think that's the best for everyone. But
sure thing. As
of those of you that I hope are still here, I hope you come with me on this journey. As I start talking about content and good content, and start talking about my journey as a writer and stuff like that over these last couple of years, what I've learned, and stuff like that. That's what I plan on making this channel about. So I will hopefully talk to you guys later.
You'll hopefully stop the video. I do plan on making
more content this year.
You said that.
It's going to be different for me, and I hope you stick around long enough to find out.
All right.
Said that.
See all of you later. Goodbye, and have a very happy new year.
You too.
I hope you have a very
what a train wreck. Fuck
Why did he have
this.
3
Holy
seconds
shit.
without fucking?
What a shit show.
Okay, the recommended videos are fucking hilarious. Not gonna lie.
You publicized this. You publicized this. You publicized this.
You
thought this was a good idea.
May have been not the greatest plan. Yeah, that video was not good. I hope the way we addressed it was fair. I think it was. I think we, heard the arguments and explained properly why they're not great. Yeah, I don't know. Don't have much to say at this point. I just don't think that was a good video. I think you should have definitely scripted it. Nightbreed.
I'm going to dinner. Good night.
Yeah. Well, I do need to actually
Fair
enough.
leave
Okay.
too, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It was not a good video. I hope we can I hope you guys can get some introspection from the way we responded to this and actually, I guess, understand our point of view and why we think that this video is not good. And I don't know. Yeah. Not happy with the stuff you said about us a lot in this video. It seems quite disingenuous or way too harsh, considering what you do actually know about us, considering you were indeed a part of our group for a while.
Yeah, one would think, someone outside of the group, it's pretty easy to make these sort of criticisms, just because you don't know any of us. But to actually have this come from someone who claims to have been part of our group and claims to have understood where we were coming from, that probably just makes this worse, because you should know better. That's the issue for me, is that you should know better to make these arguments and to make these claims.
Well, I think that is all we have for today, though. Well, 4 hours. That took a while. Not sure what we're gonna be doing next. Tomorrow there is a tomorrow we're gonna be premiering the finale of Flux, our reaction to it. I finally got it on copyright, and it is ready to premiere at 6 p.m. my time, which is 9 p.m. GMT, 4 p.m. EST. You guys work around those time zones if you want to get when that is. It is a long one. It is 1 hour 12 minutes long for like an episode that was like 50 minutes long. So we trashed on that episode a lot because not great. And we'll be back to talk about some stuff soon enough. I guess we can talk more about No Way Home or talk about Eternals, which we never finished because my computer decided to die. Or, maybe a TASM True stream soon enough. Who knows? Maybe that is something I've been planning with CV. Maybe it isn't. So
maybe an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. stream once I actually finish the show.
Oh yeah, once 10 finishes the show, I definitely plan on talking about that. Same as talking about Legion. Once I finish watching Legion with 10 and Zod, we just finished season 2, so that should be fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah. So thanks everyone for watching. Thanks for the super chats. And yeah, we'll catch y'all later. Bye bye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Die.